Hello, my wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people. Happy Saturday to everybody. How are you keeping? Who is here? Well, first, of course, I am Aksik, aka Annika. Welcome to my channel. So, who's here? Hi, Char. Hi, CB. Hi, Atlanta. Hi, Niv. Jeanette, hi. Who else? I'm probably missing somebody. Hi, Catherine. Oh, hi, Dana. Oh, hi, Auntie. Hello. Yeah. Hopefully everybody's doing fine. Hello. Oh, hi, Jess. Hi. It's been a week. Oh, hi, Andrea. Hi. Hi, Emma. It's going to be the hi beginning. It is lovely. So lovely. To meet up again, isn't it? I've been looking forward to it the whole week. Okay, my desk is a bit of a mess. I had plans to prepare properly today for the stream, and then, life happened as it does, usually. And yeah, not much preparing happened. So I basically grabbed a book, grabbed a random pile of markers, and some pencils that I'm contemplating. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Well, I kind of know what I'm thinking about these pencils, but I need to make my mind up. So, who else has made their way here? I think I haven't missed anybody. Surprise, surprise. So the pencils I'm talking about here are these ones. Okay, sorry, all you see is the plastic clear. Oh, by the way, if you hear kind of like something whirring in the background, that is my fan. It has to be on, otherwise I can't be in this room or any other room. It's like, yeah, it's getting hot here again, and I don't cope well, as we all know. We've talked about that a lot. So I need to have that fan next to me. Sadly, I do not have air conditioning. That doesn't really happen much in Ireland. It's super rare. Okie dokie doke. Louise. Hi, Louise. Canada. Ooh, Canada. Fumbles Capybara. Yes. We have Capybaras. Kind of Lucy kind of pushed me towards, gave me ideas. So you all blame Lucy for the Capybara book today. This is one of my favorite books, though. I have to admit, this is like one of my precious books. It's really cheap, that book, from what I remember anyway. When I bought it, it was really cheap. You know, those things vary on Amazon as they come. Lucy, you can't miss Capybara Day. It's okay. It's okay. There's no obligations. Okay, I am now missing some bits of a chat. Catherine, you're just peeking in. That is fine. I'm just glad that you made your way here, even if it is just to give us a little bit of a wave. Oh, by the way, once again, when you want something definitely answered by me, then put it into caps, okay? Because especially if I start more kind of paying attention to my supplies and coloring, I can miss bits of chat. Even if I try to go back, I can still miss bits. So if you put them in caps, I know definitely that this was meant directly to me, because, you talk to each other in the chat as well, which is half of the fun. Nif, you love this book. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love this book to bits. Oh, hi, Patricia. Hi. I hope it's going to be a lovely, lovely chat today. We, Ola is, I don't know if she might be coming back very soon. She actually went out today with her friends. It's her first time to kind of go out to the pub to celebrate with her friends, kind of on her own. Her friends, a lot of them are doing leaving cert, and they just finished most of them are now finished with their exams, so they decided to kind of go out. Auntie, I meant to check in with you this week to see if you'd bought these pencils. These pencils? Or do you mean the artist pencils? No, those are not artist pencils. No, no, no. You probably think that these are the artist pencils. They are not. I'm going to talk about these pencils for a moment. I decided to forego the artist pencils. I contemplated left and right, and I have a good, like for me, decent enough selection of hard pencils, and I was looking at their colors as well, and yeah, for time being, I decided not to get them. Oh, hi, Gail. Hi. Andrea, Annika, I'm sorry, but I will have a new request as thanks to you. I have 5 of the Fabiana Attanasio fairy tale books to wait. Oh my gosh. 5? Wherever did you get 5 from? So since you love them so much, can we have one of those books in one of the live streams in the future, please? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I could very much, yeah. If I didn't have so many other books I love, I could just happily color in these books pretty much the whole month. I love them so much. At the moment, I've been going back a bit, into these books again. I'm working on a spread here. On this spread, so yeah, it's just a base down at the moment. I put it down with gouache and some sparkly watercolor because needs to be sparkly. Yeah, it needs pencils and gel pens and acrylic markers and whatnot. Everything. But the base is down, and I'm going to enjoy now. Finishing it off. I really love doing the stuff in this book as well. Oh, no, I did not get the artist pencils. I came to my senses. Yeah. I decided I did not need them. The scientist Cappy. Yes, the scientist Cappy is awesome. But I thought to do something slightly summary maybe today. I haven't done the scientist Cappy. It's one of my favorites as well. And if you have favorite pages, you kind of start saving them for something. This is really cute. This is really cute. But I don't really want to do like huge, portrait page. I want to do more of a like scene or landscape or something like this. That is all right, but it's not really calling to me. This is really cute. I was thinking that might be one of the ones that I'm leaning towards. I meant to show you, what I do in copies. Copies are one of my favorite books. Gail, Annika Francois Gauthier as a new dragon book. Thought you and Chris when I saw the flip through. Yeah. Andrea, you got them from Amazon France, the Fabiana Attanasio books. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think they're the Spanish versions, are they? They're really nice. Oof. Patricia, wow, your work in a dinosaur book is awesome. Oh, I love that book. It's such fun. Yeah, Amazon France, but posted for Barcelona. Everything must have sparkles. It is always better that way, says Dana, and I 100% agree. As a leading expert, I do agree. Okay, once again, I didn't change it to live chat. Just a moment now. Okay. I was like, I'm missing something. Hi, Jana. Sorry, I didn't see you coming on because Top Chat did not show you. Okay, Jana. Glittered. Andrea and Nico, whatever page you're doing today, that will be my first page in this book. Cool. So I did that one. I love this page. Yeah, it's a really cute page. It was, if I hadn't already done it, I might have actually thought about doing that. I was also kind of drawn towards that one, but that sky would take me a bit, you know, once again, we're going to do most of the stream the sky, because I would need to figure out how it would, some sort of a raise thing happening. I really like that one. I actually really drawn to this one for some reason. I'm not a fisher at all, but for some reason this page is saying, "Color me." Yeah, I don't really feel like beach pages. Beach isn't really my thing. Used to be. When I grew up essentially in a beach, but now I don't like it at all. I don't really want to do that. This one I might do if it already didn't have bits done. And since I started, this one is started with clean color, the real brush pens, Zig ones. That's how I've started it, so I will probably carry on with that one. That fish page is the only finished page. Okay, then maybe let's not do that one. Who doesn't like a boat ride if you don't get seasick? Sure. I hope everything is going okay. Yeah, so do I. I really like that page, but not for today, probably. But it's really, you know, I would love to do that eventually. It's so cute. But not for today. I kind of wanted something a bit more outdoorsy today. That one was really kind of, oh, this would be really cute page to do. I might actually go for that one. Or that one. What do you think? That one or that one? Something. I was kind of tempted by that one too, but I would like to kind of work a bit more on that one. I would like to do it almost in the same color scheme as the Michelangelo's original work. I think it's hilarious. I also love this one, and I did this one. If you look at the colors, I kind of repeated, or, you know, kind of tried to keep to the similar colors as the original work. I don't know if you remember the original work, but yeah, I tried to keep it in the same vein. Okay, let me put that back. Yeah, this one I will eventually do as well. This is such a fun page. I don't really want to do that because I've already done a capybara in kind of a... Yeah, this is one of my favorite pages as well, but not for today. And oh my, Annika, these pages are amazing. Thank you. Atlanta, that's gorgeous, Annika. The Venus one. Oh yeah, the Venus one is amazing. I think just the line art is so fun that you almost can't go wrong here. Do you know what I mean? I want to do that possibly in February, or, you know, kind of like Valentine's Day, if I remember, because it would be such a cute Valentine's Day page. Although I don't really celebrate Valentine's Day. That is a cute page, but I can't really be bothered. Oh, and this one is really cute as well, isn't it? Okay, this one, I don't want to give too many choices, because then we're going to end up sitting here forever. Okay, this is another page. It's one of my favorite pages ever. I think I really like how it came out. It's just fun. And oh, the chemist page. Wow, they are blinking with that art supply. Yeah, that is a jar that's the Sakura Glaze pen, the black one, which is now sadly discontinued, or is going to be discontinued. I don't know. Oh, hi, Wonder. Hi. Welcome. I like the one in the Cappy in the bed. Yeah, that is a whip, essentially. With that one, I would need to go in with pencils. This is one of my favorite pages here. Let me show you. I really like that one, how it came out. This is now done with the pencils I'm going to show you in a minute. Well, there's a base of alcohol markers and then pencils on top. So that one is fun. That's the one, I think, the bed one. I have all the colors down. I just need to go in with pencils. So this is for that day when I just feel like doing pencils. Yeah, a jar. Black glaze gives that effect. That is really cool. Do I have any other pages? Oh, this is oh, I kind of like this page as well, but at the moment I don't really want to do that one. This one is one of the pages that I'm not particularly happy with. I don't feel there's enough contrast in this one. This was, I think, one of my earliest pages in this book when I hadn't really settled into this book quite yet. You kind of need to find your way in the book. Oh. Annika, I like that one, but I understand not liking your own work. I get it. Yeah, yeah. It is so subjective. I understand, that it might appeal. This is a whip, but this is kind of a autumn vibes, which, I will probably finish in towards end of the summer or autumn. I don't really feel like woolly caps at the moment. Although I wouldn't mind the weather like that. And this is, I think, the first page I ever did in this book, which is also the first page in this book. And it's like, yeah, it's all right. It's all right. So, yeah, and this is one of my favorite pages here, too. This one, because I love coloring snow. I don't know why, but I really like coloring snow. And I got to do the whole snowy landscape here with the cute capybara. It can't get better than that. Andrea, Annika, what supply do you like in this book so far? So I like here two things amazing. Alcohol markers work really well as a base here, and they blend on this paper pretty well as well. And I also like real brush pens here as a base. Not that much water-based markers. I don't know, that paper isn't very friendly towards them. Also, you can't use very wet materials. The paper, it kind of accepts, if you wanted to work here, for example, with things like Neocolor or the watercolor pencils, where you don't use huge amounts of water, that would be fine, but it doesn't really like a lot of water. So, okie doke. And then I go with pencils on top, obviously. So I like, at the moment, snow is so magical, says who? Oh, sure, snow is so magical and so many types of snow exist. I know, and it's beautiful. Atlantic snow scene is so realistic, very atmospheric. Yes, I love it. I love doing snow with all the different colors, and I can do, like, you can do snow with pretty much every single color, except maybe green, because then you could then you could get to it. And maybe that could be a challenge, do snow with green. Yeah, but nothing would really, that's the thing, with snow reflects everything around it. You can put all the colors into the snow if those colors exist in the environment you are depicting. So here, why I was able to put all those colors into the snow is that I put them into the sky. And therefore, the softer versions of these colors are okay on the snow, because snow essentially reflects, all the colors that are around it. So if you have bright skies like that, or color variations in the skies, you can put them into the snow as well. You can't really, there's no green skies really, so you can't really have it with this. green, I guess. Don't do yellow snow. Well, unless it's sunset. See. That snow scene is almost 3D. Thanks. I really liked. I enjoy doing snow so much, and it's so easy to do. Especially like if you have a set of pastel alcohol markers, you are so set. And here, I think I did add a little bit. I do like to add a bit of extra kind of depth here, you know, kind of into the snow, but mostly it's just alcohol markers. So, okie doke. So that one. Okay, now I lost everything that I had my fingers. I had my fingers inserted, and then I uninserted them. Oh, found it. Okay, is it that one? That one? Or that one? I'm almost leaning towards that one. Although it's going to be tricky to do that big wave, but it would be a cool challenge. I'm kind of not very good at doing water, so would be good practice, I guess. So that one, people, help. The glider thing, a big wave, surfer capybara, or a diver capybara. That wave would be a challenge. Yes, it would. Absolutely. Okay, undersea, the wave, diver. Oh, this is exactly how I expected this to go. Ambient, the wave, because it will be a challenge. Okay, yeah. Either the flying or surfing cappy. No diving for me! Okay, maybe, actually, you might be right about the diving. I'm going to take the diving out. No more freaking fish. Mainly because this has a lot of detail. And if we want to get anything done during the stream, no, there is a hope. Always there is a hope. Then we should really kind of try to take not a super detailed page. So it's either that or that, okay? Annika, we can do a poll. Do you know what? Oh, I don't want to start. I should figure it out. It should be actually super easy to do. I don't know if I can do it here from OBS, though. No, I don't know if I can. I don't. Wave. Surfing. Okay, surfing it is. Let's go for it. Okay. Oh, and I also, now we have picked the page. I now need to get, I'm going to put the thing here. And I am going to make sure that I have all my sleeves back on. The ones that, you know, were protected. Oh yeah, I didn't show you that one, I think. Ding, ding, ding. That's the one. That's the Halloween page. There were so many pumpkins. I was so sick of pumpkins after I finished that page. I don't think I did any other pumpkins that Halloween. No more pumpkins. I don't like very repetitive elements. That is my thing. Where is my shower, the bathing page? Because I need to put a sleeve onto that before I forget and lose the sleeve. Because there was sleeve on it before, and usually there is a reason. Not that I remember the reason, but there usually is a reason if I put a sleeve onto the page. Probably I used some sort of a glitter that isn't very stable or something like that. So I just put the protection on. There you go. Lovely. And we have the surfer page back. I need a backing sheet. Okay, now I talked into the fan and it sounded very disco. Okay. Wait, sir. Oh, hi, Amy. Surfing. Oh, hi, Mimi. Jess knows how. What does Jess know? I'm sure Jess knows how. I would need to figure it out. I have promised that myself before, and then I forget. I just need to look it up. It's probably not complicated at all. I'm usually pretty, I learn pretty easily those things. Okay, so let's measure the page. Approximate width. Yeah. There we go. Love that paper. It's really nice. Okie doke. And we have the backing sheet. Flying. Oh yeah, there's nobody can agree. Char, doing really good, staying rested for a busy week. Hope your week went well too. Hi, Miss Saxic. Aw. I'll check back tomorrow to see how you do. Okay, we'll try our best. We'll try not to disappoint you, Char. Sorry, Catherine. Sorry. The challenge for me would be the translucency of water. See, with that one, that is not going to be a huge problem, because the only things that are going to be kind of a translucent, when the translucency is needed, is where the fish are in the water and you can see that the tails are under the water. That is the only place, and that's not going to be super complicated. To me, it's more to give the movement of the water and color variations. Well, we'll figure something out. But first we need to put some sort of a sky down here. Okay, I need to use these markers because I haven't used them for a while. I've been neglecting them. Oh, okay, actually, first I meant to show you these pencils, because they are going to be, I'm going to be thinking about them today. These are not artist pencils, like you probably thought for a moment. These are Spectrum Noir color blend pencils. Misspells translucency, there we go. I guess I'm seeing clear surfing pictures in my head. Watch what you do. Okay, so these are, yeah, color blend pencils, and I have a love-hate relationship with these. They're weird pencils. They look and feel, if you actually hold them in your hand, they feel like really nice quality. The wood is nice. They have a nice kind of a weight and thickness to them. They have big leads. You can see like this. Like, they look and feel like really nice quality pencil. Like this. But they have the weirdest leads. They are very waxy. But on a harder side of the waxy, but they're so waxy that they're almost slippery. I don't have any other pencils that behave quite like they do, but because of that, they also are very smooth. Like, if you put them down, you don't almost get any texture, like not the paper showing through. You can get them into very smooth very easily. That shower picture, not shower picture, the bath picture, there were those pencils all over it, and they are genuinely like very smooth on the paper. Okay, you can't really see because this thing is glaring at you, but yeah, they're like very, very smooth, but they don't really feel great going down. Okay, so we need to do skies, so I'm looking for something. First I need a colorless blender. Okay, not this one. Here we have colorless blender, and Then we have, this is too orange. I need a piece of paper. Jeanette, oh my goodness, can you use these pencils? I have put them in children's box. They just don't stick to the paper. Yeah, that's what I said. They're kind of like slippery. They're kind of weird. But if, you know, you kind of, I just, before the stream started, okay, I did a kind of quick, like super quick blend, like this on these trees there. And they are like super smooth. Don't know if you can see it. Like there's no texture whatsoever showing. The problem is that, you know, there's once again, you know, no color is quite dark enough. Even the dark ones. That's the pigmentation issue, you know. Yeah, they kind of, you know, they have that weird potential that I do kind of like to finish, but I don't like working with them. So, you know, okie doke. I need to kind of decide colors wise. The sky first. So I need something purplish. I need that one to put the sunlight down there, where the, you know, here is going to be, I'm going to put the sun here, kind of a like setting sun. So this is going to be essentially white, and then I'm moving with yellow out from here, kind of a classic soft sky. So I have the colorless blender there, and I have this really soft yellow, which is good for the transition from the sun. And I need now something peachy. These are cool, really cool. Yeah, that's too dark. Yeah, that is one of the colors. Might be too dark again. Is that too dark? Yeah, that's way too dark. Yeah, I need to keep that peachy one. And yeah, that's too red. So this and this. And now I need, okay, this is the kind of a light purplish, which would, but I need warmer pink. Yeah, from this to this. Yeah. And from this to this. That might work. We can figure it out, I think. And then I think I would be almost sorted then with sky colors. I can always add a little bit of pencils on the top. Jeanette, hi Jan and everyone else. I have been watching Trying Not to Natter and rather look over Lucy's chat. I rather took over Lucy's chat. That is not a problem, Jeanette. If those pens look like really cool pens, but the ink reservoir can't be that pink. They actually, surprise, usually I have always been super disappointed in the ink capacity and, you know, how little filling there is in Spectrum Noir pens. But these ones have lasted me better than kind of their regular full-length illustrators. It's really weird. No, of course there can't be a lot, but I like them because if you have a lazy day, you can get a super interesting and fun blends with these, because the whole principle of these is that they put together colors that don't necessarily work like the same hue, you know, kind of a different value blend, but, you know, slightly different colors that still blend together really well. you know, into the same kind of a body. And, you know, they're like, for example, you know, this is, what's the name of that color? Navy blue. This color is marine. And this color is emerald. And they give together a really fun blend like this. And you can put like, you know, cool, fun little color variations down like that and just add interest to the page just with these. But I like the brushes on these, of course, because Spectrum Noir uses the proper, you know, nice rubber brushes. Okay, so which one? Okay, I think I should have started with you. And then I'm gonna move to you. Yeah, I might do it that way. Okay, I'm starting from the top. And I'm going to put down that. This one is actually one of the ones that is kind of getting empty. So it was probably not the best choice of mine. But we'll see. I'm not really sure in that color. Huh. Now I'm not happy with myself. This happens more often than you think. Okay, if I put a little bit of blue on top of it, yeah, that'll work. Okay, so I'm going to go with this one as a layer. And then I'm going to add a bit of really pale blue on top of it. Not everywhere, but kind of at the top part of the page. And that alcohol markers, we tend to forget, are a transparent medium that will mix on paper. You don't do color mixing with alcohol markers. No problem. So, yeah, this one is giving out to me. It's getting dry. Did I? Oh, Jamie, you missed Lucy's live stream. Jeanette, I remember when Sarah set up Crafters Companion, used to do stamping fairs with her. Oh, that is so cool. Ambient. I think the biggest challenge for me as a painter, the alcohol markers mix on the paper. Yes. You just, you know, layer them almost as you would. Think of it a bit like if you are a painter, then maybe the best way to, you know, kind of let your brain to deal with it is think of it like watercolor glazing. You know, if you're struggling with the concept a bit, then I think that one would kind of reflect a little bit. Okay, did I? Oh, that's the wrong color. Yeah, you're the right color. So I'm just putting a little bit of that bluish color. And can you see how I'm flicking? So I'm letting it to be fairly loose. So it doesn't have that much of a sharp edge. This one really only works if your markers, they have different colors, but same value in a way, you know, kind of they're of similar strength. Let's put it that way. Okay, so now I kind of changed the color of the top. alcohol markers are a challenge for me that reason, at least in terms of gradient blends. And water markers are a challenge for me because they don't layer like alcohol markers. All these mediums behave differently. I do agree with that, Letta, with Nifs. I never thought of layering alcohol markers. Yeah, they're transparent medium, like, you know, if you treat them as such. Okay, just making that edge here slightly wet and getting pinker here. I'm trying not to go over those water droplets too much. This narrow area here, which is going to be a bit tricky. And then I'm pulling essentially streaks of them, like these flicks, into other colors, which makes the sky a bit more interesting. And in a way, like a little bit more painterly in a way. Okay. Okay. So, just like I don't want to spend like ages on the sky today, because I often do that I forget myself and just spend loads of time on the sky, and then nothing else gets done at all. So I'd like to kind of, okay, play with different parts of the page. And this bottom color of this marker is now warmer pink, so I'm just moving into that one. I'm trying not to go over those droplets, but it's probably going to happen. And I'm, once again, I'm pulling little streaks of that color into the other colors up there as well, just to give it more dynamic and painterly vibe. It's not very visible because these colors blend into each other very seamlessly, you can say. They are different colors, they are different hues, but they blend really well. That is the beauty of these markers. Okay. Putting down the pink there too. Okay, and now I need something that is now going to be the tricky bit. Where was it now? The lighter, yeah. This color does not probably want to go very well into this very soft pink. It's slightly higher value. It's slightly darker. So it will give us a bit of a problem, but we'll cope. We'll cope. I can over that greenery because it's going to be done with dark colors anyway there, so I don't have to be very kind of a neat there. But what I'm doing to fight this, not non-perfect blend is, once again, I am pulling up little streaks of that color, almost like soft horizon clouds type of a vibe. And then I'm taking that warmer pink again, that's the wrong color, warmer pink again, and just, pushing it slightly over those stripes if I want to soften them. This is totally a matter of personal choice here. You can leave it more textured or less textured. Okay, so, oops, didn't mean to do that. Okay, since I did do that, I'm going to pull some kind of almost like wisps or clouds with that darker orange as well. here. This is how you cope with your mistakes. I accidentally put down a wrong marker color, so I'm just leaning into it now, as you do if you don't have any other choices. And now I'm going over this with that softer peachy orangey tone. Okay. Okay, and we have that yellow here, which is fairly bright yellow. So I'm now flicking at the bottom here. And I'm trying not to get kind of, this needs to be slightly kind of circular or curved. This bit there, because I need it to be almost white. Now I need really, really soft yellow, like super soft yellow. I found it here. I'm doing the edges with that one. And now I'm taking my colorless blender. Come on. And just doing those edges. And once everything dries here now, it's going to be fine. And sometimes if I, kind of have been leaning into the texture in the sky like I have here, I'm going over some areas and pulling in some extra texture with the alcohol blender, which gives like subtle effects. We underutilize the blender a lot, actually. We don't use it to its full potential often. Okay, what's happening there? Oh, hi, Jana. I didn't see you coming in. Sorry, I was kind of preoccupied. Okay. Atlanta, the flick is so important as a painter. Yes, you said it. That's like key right there, the flick of the wrist. Yeah. Atlanta, yes, it looks like watercolor paint blend. Yeah. And that's how you do it. Like you can put any colors together. You can do actually quite crazy blends as long, I missed a bit here. As long as you kind of keep in mind that, to get a really smooth one, you need them to be kind of similar value. By value, I mean intensity, or, the same level of darkness, or, intensity. So I could also do it with dark skies, but they all need to be dark markers and the same level of dark markers. Nifs, they make it look so easy. It genuinely is. If you just, had similar colors in your hands, it genuinely is easy. Jeanette, they do blend well. Yeah. Atlanta, you make a very important point there about value and blend. I never thought about that. That might explain some problems I have. Yeah, it's all about, kind of, you can't force them together if the value is very, very different. Well, you can, but it doesn't really look very nice. You don't get very smooth, kind of a color blend like this. So yeah, you of course you can have like same hue, different values, beautiful blends as well. Like Copics has these down to pat. They essentially have designed their markers so they all run these in these kind of value blends. And they're incredibly easy to blend. But I think a big part of why they're so easy to blend Copics is because they have that, they have them so well designed, that the value charts. Jeanette, does Gafter's Companion still do silly telly like QVC? Oh yeah, I think I remember that they did that at some stage. I've never bought anything in my life from kind of a TV sales places like this. Just never have. But I do remember that they did it. Oh, I don't think they do anymore. I think the website is still there. They are selling something, but I know that they had some difficulties. Mistakes in alcohol marker or thing. Jeanette, well, I just looked them up. The pens are not cheap. You mean these pens? I didn't even know that they were available anywhere. If you mean these ones. I got them for very cheap because I got them when they were, I think they were at some stage in kind of a big financial trouble, and they had those, selling off stuff sales. And I got my set, and I have actually a spare set I eventually bought. I got them for a pittance on their own website. So yeah, I can't really, say I don't know what their original price was. So I like them a lot. Sticker bushes most of the day. Oh, you've been pulling sticker bushes out. Oh, gardening, yeah. Yeah, now my after work routine. Heat on my back and ice on my knee. Ouch. Oh, hi, Brittany. Hi. Auntie Chris, yeah, I thought Spectrum Noir was kaput. No, they still do something. Like, they do have a website, but they mostly, I think, sell more. They used to have a lot of stuff for kind of colorists and artists as well. I think they are now pretty much have narrowed it down, and I think they mostly do stuff for crafters and card makers and that sort of a thing. A lot of dyes and kind of kits of doing different things and boxes and albums and whatnot. I haven't really, to be honest, looked into it with great detail because like I don't need to buy any more stuff. Oh, hi, Dodi. Hi. Jeanette, yes, I looked up tri-blend markers. I opted for pro markers back in the day. Still have the full collections. I must go find them. By the way, the other markers that I have here on my desk, because I don't think these ones will do me, is... Hello! My drawers of random markers. I need to use them more. I need to use them up more is the main problem. Because, they tend to get a bit forgotten. And I want to kind of use them up. Because they're kind of odds and ends from different sets that, a lot of them, big parts of the sets have been used up. And I need to kind of also use these up eventually, because they're kind of leftover bits from different sets. So I have here illustrators, which are a huge disappointment of the marker. It wasn't as bad when they sold re-inkers as well, because they sold inks for them all as well. But they always came to you with very little ink in them. You pretty much, did half of a page or, something, and you need to refill them immediately, which is like, it infuriated me every single time. And then there's Pro markers, which you already saw. Really like Pro markers still. I think inks wise, they are still the best ones around. I think Pro marker inks are the bestest. The bestest. And then I have some Sharpies, because of course I do. And now I need... let's put something on there. So it's going to be kind of like in the background. So we have that yellow here, and I'm going to put yellow onto them first. those palm trees. And then I need some sort of a green. I'm putting some yellow onto the tops of those bushes here as well. And on top of that island. I think it's all going to be pretty green. Do I have greens here? Yes, I do. You are going to be green. Which yellow did I use now? Okay. Taking random yellow. Just softening the blend there a little bit. I'm going to put some darkness into it with pencils anyway, but you know. And I'm putting a little bit of green into these bushes, and the same thing, I'm going to soften the tops with yellow, so it's going to be easier for me to put the pencils on top. And the same story with the palm trees. Do I have darker green? Deep forest. That's almost olivey. I don't really want that. Yeah, that works. That is called fern green. Okay. And I'm just going to put that in those palm leaves so I can still leave tiny bit of light on top of all of them. Like that. One thing about this paper is that, unlike Amazon paper, you can actually blend on this paper. It doesn't bleed as badly. So you can, work them pretty hard before everything just bleeds into over the lines. So therefore it is possible to do, a bit of blending here as well. But I often, in most pages, I just use them as a base, to be honest, even though I can do the blends here. But on some pages, I do most of the work with alcohol markers. Like, for example, this page was pretty much, I'd say 90% alcohol markers. And then a bit of pencils, to do the darkest areas. But mostly it's just alcohol markers. Okay, missing chat. Brittany, there are some Sakura Jelly Roll glaze pens available for sale on the Jet Pens website, which is out of Jelly Roll clear pens. Okay. Yeah, they're at the moment becoming a rarity. My favorite, I don't use the other glaze pens that much, but I do use black, for certain things. Jeanette, Sarah sold the company off, but when it was going into receivership, she bought it back and it's picking up again. Oh, okay. No. It's nice to have somebody who knows her stuff here. Dori, I closed the pirate in these books last week. These books deserve more love. Yes, definitely does. Auntie, I had 6 sets of Spectrum Noir portrait colors and a few pastel markers about 10 years ago. They were great while they lasted, but they didn't last long. Yeah, that was my problem as well. They just didn't come with enough ink in them. Yeah, illustrators were crap. Absolutely agree. But they, I think, still have some ink in them, and the colors were good. That's the thing, like, and the nibs, actually, the illustrator nibs are good. So even these, like, I haven't not used them much, and they already feel like they're dead, like, ugh. I should actually toss that one because there's barely any ink in it. Yeah, nice color though. Lovely color. Sure, I got my Tri Noir alcohol markers on Black Friday. Not sure the biggest set. I have one video of swatching last year and one paint completely done with a tri blend and a tiny bit of one other. Oh. I don't think Tri-Blend exists anymore. No, I think they discontinued. I remember that, you know, I knew that they were going to be discontinued, and because I like these ones, I actually do have a spare set, not a full spare set anymore, because a couple of them I have used up, you know, quite heavily, and I have taken a couple of markers out of there already. So, okie doke. The brown I will do later. I will do the grass with this color, maybe. No, that medium color here. Those bits that are sticking up here. Yeah. You're better off having a dark color there, because otherwise the black line art is just going to dominate there. Okie doke. Technically, I could, you know, pull extra shadow down there, since I have it in my hand. They do blend well, though. You know, that's a decent inks. Jeanette Atlantic I did buy from QVC. Oh, okay, they used to do monthly offers on the pro markers, and I built up my collection over the years. I have some flexi markers. Oh, flexi markers were great. Yeah, my flexi markers are all now dead. Sorry, pretty sure at least most of them are dead. I think I might have a couple still left, but most of them, they went really. The problem with flexi markers and pro markers is that they were not really refillable. Well, not really, they were not refillable. So once they were empty, that's it. As far as flexi markers go, now they have these ones instead, which is Pro Marker Brush. I only have a couple of them. I just wanted to try them out, and they have a lovely brush. I really like the brush on them. They are not cheap though. They are now Winsor & Newton markers, Winsor & Newton Pro markers, and they have the same wonderful, wonderful inks as Pro markers too. So if I was like super rich, these would be the markers I would love to have. So I really like the inks. Atlanta loved that Wild West page. Yeah, that was a fun page to do. Brittany, yeah, flexi markers just changed name because, well, it is a different nib as well. Flexi marker nib was different. It had kind of a slightly kind of more almost pyramid type, like almost cone type nib than this different shape nib, and it was really, really, like, to me it was too soft, almost, the flexi marker nib. I prefer this nib in Pro Marker Brush. But yeah, they're expensive, and I can't see myself, you know, having too many of them anytime soon. Well, someone should give a hint to who to create a new product like Tri-Blend markers. I'd say these ones are not very cheap to produce, you know, because firstly, you need to put a good bit of research into them, because somebody, you know, did really well of actually figuring out which colors would really work well together. And secondly, I, you know, think these bodies are not, you know, very cheap to produce either. And they would go, you know, of course, faster than your regular marker would go, sadly. Because, you know, there's very little of the foam core you can stick into these short bits here. Yeah, Brittany, you don't like how Sharpies smell. Yeah, I don't really mind unless I work with them for too long, and then I also get this kind of a headachy feel. Okay, what color are we going to do the clouds? I think I have that set, blue, green. Okay, so that's, oh, that's too dark. That is too dark. That is also too dark. but if I put, I might be able to use that, and they're all pretty much quite similar grays. Yeah, no, they're not going to work. Huh. I have some grays here, I know. I will need some grays and some very light blues. So I'm taking the sky blue, which is probably half empty. And I am taking the ice gray 2 from the Pro Markers. Oh, that's the blender that is probably dead as well. Okay. And this color, I know it's a good color for clouds, but this is one of my few defective. If I use it, yeah, it's dead because it leaked. It leaked horribly when I got it. It really was spitting, and now it's just empty. Darn. So that would have been a good color for clouds. Actually, I might use that in clouds. That might be fun. That's pastel green. Okay, so let's see how these will work. Yeah, the Illustrator nibs, they're very, like almost too soft. They're like squishy. And, okay, and this is the ice gray. Okay, and I have the thing, and of these, I think this one was the green. Okay. Old China. These are very dark. The middle one is probably the best option. Okay, let's see what we can do here with the clouds. So I'm going to put first some blender onto the cloud. Okay, and then I'm grabbing the Letraset. Well, it's basically cool gray 2, whatever brand you're using. It's not really important here what brand it is. I'm just using the dregs that I have, you know. I could just, you know, grab a proper set, but at this stage I prefer to try to use up things. Atlanta, please excuse my confusion in advance. I had 4 hours of sleep because of this posh darn cough. Oh, and it's accompanying, gosh darn. Oh, you have, yeah, the cough. Oh, struggling with it? That sounds pretty nasty. I hope you have some sort of a medication that is helping you. I am pulling onto that very, very light gray, a bit of that sky blue. And then I'm taking that pastel green and dropping some of that in here as well. And it doesn't really show its actual color at the moment because I essentially made the paper wet with blender. But once it does dry, it's going to be very subtle. Now, because it's going to be very, very subtle, I am actually now taking that darker gray that I at first didn't want to put down in the first layers because it was quite dark. But now it has so many layers. It's so wet now, the paper, that it essentially self-blending will happen. So I'm dropping some of that in here and there as well, just to give it a bit of more contrast. Okay, and now I'm going over with the sky blue again, over that really dark, or not really dark, but you know, fairly dark gray. And I'm also dropping in a little bit more of that pastel green. And it's going to be fun enough cloud. It'll lighten once it dries, and then everything, by the way, alcohol markers, they will always lighten when they dry. And then eventually there's going to be, of course, white outline with the clouds. So I'm going to do now the same thing for these two remaining clouds here. So I'm going to put in, I tend to, you know, if the alcohol marker doesn't have a brush nib, then I tend to work with chisel instead of the bullet nib. I definitely prefer chisel to bullet. You know, that sort of a chisel. You all know the chisel nibs. I love them. They give out a lot of ink. Okay, and putting the gray first kind of shadows down. Soft, really subtle shadows, which pretty much self-blend immediately into that blender that I put down. You can see no sharp edges anywhere to be seen. I'm taking that blue, flicking it into the gray to give it a bit more shape. Flick, flick, flick. Okay. And I think I'm going to use now a tiny bit of that darker gray too. Flicking it up a little bit. Here like that. Okay. And now I'm going over it with the light gray chisel just to soften it a little bit. Because I can't really be bothered doing like super neat, you know, kind of, you know, the usual way to often do that thing would be that you take all your, you know, steps of gray and then you move from the darkest to lighter, you know, with, you know, several markers, whereas I just drop in random colors and let them pretty much blend themselves. Okay. And now I'm dropping in a little bit of that pastel green, which is a lovely color. Very subtle. Just to add a bit of interest. And I might even drop in tiny bit of yellow as well to give them some more life. So, okay. Life, life, life. Where are you? Okay. But this is very, yeah, very soft yellow. So I'm dropping in just very little, couple of flicks here and there to kind of wake up clouds a little bit. Here and here. There you go, clouds done. Okay, and you know, they look at the moment super dark, but they are going to have white outlines, which will immediately just, you know, they will have dimension, but they will still look much lighter and brighter. Okie doke. What's happening in the chat? Stupid. Okay, some sort of autocorrect issues. Okay, talking about what Sharpies are and how they're made. Oh, yeah, Atlanta. Oh, yeah, you watch my videos, you hear it. In fact, it even interrupts them. Oh, yes, have medication, which may or may not be disrupting my sleep along with the cough. Yeah, medications can have unexpected. Yeah, sorry, Atlanta. That really sucks. I had one, a couple of years ago, a really, really long, like I could not lift the cough. And it got so bad that, I thought, oh, I can't, I'll never breathe again type of a thing. Eventually, managed to, I had to have loads of steroids and whatnot to kind of get over the cough. It took a very, very long time. It was not fun. Let me tell you, it was not fun. Okay, I need some aqua colors here as well, so I'm taking that pastel green again. We have enough blues. Okay, here we have a darker blue, because I need some darker blues as well. And do you still work? That's the problem with these. Okay, not very well, let's put it that way. And it's kind of a two. It's not the best color. This is now very much a lesson of making do. Because I do have, like, I shouldn't really need to figure out, how I'm going to be managing with the colors that are here and maybe in this set. But I just want to use them. So, here we are. Aquamarine. Okay, that one. Yeah, that's the color. That's the color. But it's going to be pretty darn dry again. You rascals. Okay, I can't use these ones. What's happening there? Annika is painting with alcohol markers. It's almost like watercolor wet and wet. Yeah, that's pretty much how it works. But you need a paper that copes with it. And this specific one, that's why I'm saying I like alcohol markers in this book, because it doesn't spread very easily. Like it does. If I try to do that in Amazon book, for example, it would just bleed all over the place. In here, you could see how much, like how wet I got this area. If it was Amazon book, I would have the color, kind of here probably, that's how much it would bleed. Here, it stayed contained in the area I put it. So it does really depend, what you can and what you can't do. In this case, it does depend on the paper. I've learned so much watching this. Oh, you're welcome. Auntie Chris, Atlanta, does it really take more skill for the chisel nib? I preferred over brush and bullet, but I always thought it was easier and more versatile than the others. I wouldn't say that, because I really like my brush. Brush is blending wise, there's certain things that are just easier with brush. If you do detail work, if you do portraits, the flicks, like these flicks here, they just come easier with the brush. Also, brush is also easier for blending. But I like also a lot chisel nibs. At first I didn't, but then I started working with them more, because I don't like bullet nibs. That was the thing. And I actually like it a lot. But for example, here I will miss the brush nibs a lot if I don't have them, because you need those fluid kind of long flicks here in certain areas. And it's going to be, let me tell you, it's going to be a challenge without a brush. So, let me have a quick look. Yeah, you are going to be one of the darker ones. You are going to be the darkest one, which is going to come from here, because we want it to be darker here and maybe from the side coming on the darker as well. There's going to be dark bits underneath that splash here, you know, kind of the top of the wave. The top of the wave is going to be almost white. And there's going to be a big contrast because that bit here is going to be very dark. And you need to have kind of like glowy light colors in the middle. That gives you an effect that, you know, the light is glowing through the water a bit. And, you know, here the same. So we'll see how this is going to work out for us. First, I am going to put some color, some browns in. And I'm leaving the surfboard to one of the last things to color, just in case I get bleeds or if I get a bit sloppy or whatever, you know, I can then fix things a bit before I put color in. And Andrea, why is there a difference between Pro Marker's packaging? Okay, so why is the difference? Because some of the Pro Markers I have are from 15 years ago. These ones. They used to be Letraset originally. Did somebody answered that question already? Because you know, I don't think so. So yeah, this is Letraset. That used to be, they pretty much, that's what they did. They did alcohol markers. Pretty much that was it. They did some alcohol marker paper as well and stuff like that, but that was the main bread and butter. They did alcohol markers, and then at first it was only these, you know, chisel and bullet. This is bullet, and this is the chisel. The ink in these lasts for a very long time, unless, you know, it's a faulty marker. That sometimes happens, like with any brand, but mostly they had very, very reliable quality, and they did last for a long time. But they are, once they're empty, you toss them. They don't sell. Refills. And then they sold. Well, Winsor and Newton bought them. So Winsor and Newton bought them and put their own branding onto them. So they were still Pro Markers, but now they are Winsor and Newton Pro Markers, not Letraset Pro Markers, if you can see. Okay, so that's why they have different branding on them. They are the same thing. It's just the branding that changed. And then I can't find any flexi markers anymore. Basically, in the Letraset times, they also, you know, came out with the brush marker, but it was called flexi marker, which was basically Pro Marker, but with a brush nib. And then when, you know, they sold off, then Winsor and Newton kind of redesigned the brush marker, and now they are called Pro Marker Brush. And these are really, really good, but they're not cheap. They're not cheap. I really like them. And their inks, honestly, like, I think Pro Marker inks are the best on marker. They are better than Copic inks. Copic system is better. Copic markers are easier to work with because I don't like, you know, for these ones, like the color coding, you know, you only have that little, you know, sticker at the end of it. There's no kind of a plastic coating or anything. So sometimes it's hard to find easily, you know, especially if they're in a shelf or something. To establish, so quickly establish what color it is can be a bit of pain. Because this is a new thing. They didn't used to have them. If we look at the original ones, I have put here a sticker, and on top of the sticker I have put glossy accents, which I actually regretted because it kind of diluted the ink and it doesn't show me the correct color. But I had put sticker on there to show the color. There was no sticker or anything, any color coding on the tips of the marker. So you could only, you know, store them so you would see the body of the marker like this, the color, which was a pain. So your Copic design is better. Copic has more colors and so on. But the inks, I still think that Pro Marker inks are better. They're exceptionally lovely inks, and they blend so well, and they're so clean. Okay, so hi, Curious Donna. Hello. Sorry, I missed you coming in. Don't ask me questions if you don't want answers. Is the short here? Okay. Thanks, Annika. It's good for my humidity and my learning skills. Oh, like I need to learn how to pause my video. Oh no. Oh, good night, Jeanette. Sorry. Oh, sorry, I missed Jeanette going. It's like a fun challenge of using up old supplies. Exactly. I have this thing in my head at the moment that I need to not just, grab Ohuhus or whatever other, markers. I could take Copics, I could take Ohuhus, but I want to use up the stuff that is into these drawers eventually. So, one step closer. Here I'm just giving it's a very light marker, so I'm just giving a tiny bit of shape here. I'm just flicking it up, and I'm leaving a lot of white as is. But as with any transparent media, you can layer the same color. So you can get it like gradually darker. And this is like, you can do the flicking here. You can see this is chisel tip. And you can do the flicking with that one as well. It probably does need a bit of more practice possibly than doing it with the brush marker, but once you get it, in your hand, essentially, once you learn how to do it, you can do it with chisel as well. Curious than a hi, fellow Canadians. Oh, yeah, we have a few here. That is so cool. What are Oros? Oh, it's Oros. It's a typo. It's Oros. That's Artex Oros. Artex Oros are essentially, Okay, I'm gonna show you. They sent me a set just recently. These are Oros. These are Artex Oros, and they are essentially Artex's version of a brush marker. I like them a lot. I have had them in the past. If they had a better color system, and possibly, there are some colors that are kind of missing for me in some sets. I haven't really worked with them much at the moment. I need to kind of play with them more to, form opinion on that specific set, the 90 set they sent me, but they have I like their brush nibs a lot. Okay, I need to move my hand or move the page, because at the moment the angle is wrong and I'm making a mess. This is typical. I need to have it at correct angle. So yeah, Oros are lovely, and I have my favorite of Oros is thing that I do have and I find really useful is their pastel set. I think it has 60 markers. They're really nice colors and they blend with each other so well. So I really like their pastel marker set. And they're kind of, if you have Ohuhu pastel markers already, the colors are kind of different, so they kind of complement each other as well with Ohuhu pastel markers. So I like them a lot. Okay, and there should be a fairly like pulling some movement into that. I want to leave a fair bit of white, but I also want to make sure that, you know, I'm showing some texture and movement here. So I'm now layering them on top of each other. It's all the same color, but as you keep adding layers, it becomes darker. The beauty of transparent media. Okay, I think I need to flip it around, otherwise I can't get the flips. If you flick, it kind of needs to go into a specific direction. Atlanta, Annika, the way you're doing clouds really look like an acrylic painting. Really? Thank you. But, you know, I find that is one of the easiest ways to make them, especially, you know, if you have that sort of a puffy clouds already pre-drawn on the page. So yeah. So, oh, let me think. I will also need maybe some pale green. That's not pale green. That is anything but pale. Okay, that green is a good green. And some soft gray would work here as well. Okay, so I now need to do the flicking, so I'm keeping it see, I'm putting down the chisel end flatly like this, and I'm starting to pull it like this flat if I want a wider one, and then I do the flick, and you get the same flick as you would when you do the brush marker flick, the brush tip flick. So you can flick with anything. There is a brand called Olo. Oh, I thought that you were talking about Oros. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that. I didn't know the brand Olo existed. I am very sorry. My big mouth needs to be washed out with a soap. Okay, so I'm bringing that up. I need flick, flick, flick. Okay, so and in a way, if you have that sort of a movement that is going essentially in lines, in a way it's easier to pull with the chisel than it would be with the brush marker. Also, chisel gives you more ink at the same time, so you get kind of wetter application. Okay, and okay, and there needs to be something. Okay, I'm leaving that. Okay, I need to make that a bit darker, so I essentially need to pull fully. Yeah. Okay, and this bit as well. Okay, and now I need to go in with different blues and stuff to kind of give some variations there. I need it to be wet, so I can't stop at the moment to read the chat. I will do that once I've done that section, okay? So this is a sky blue. So I'm just adding some different colors there. So it wouldn't be just one color. And here too, I'm taking that sky blue, and in the darker areas, I'm adding some extra flicks with slightly different color, so it wouldn't be like very dull looking. Okay. Once again, I can be, you know, talk a big talk here, But let's be honest, I am not good at doing water. It's like I'm coming up with it as I'm going. So yeah, don't believe me when I say I know what I'm doing. So don't. Okay, I'm putting that sky blue into those drops there, which eventually I'd say I will be, you know, putting some white onto, like at least the top of the wave. I'm probably going to pull some white onto them. Okay, I need to keep this area pretty darn wet. Okay. And yeah. And now I want to take, what color were you? Yeah, slightly darker. So just making sure that I'm keeping the movement going, because Ela has essentially, Ela Jarzabek, who is the author of these wonderful, wonderful drawings, she has indicated to us where everything should go and what the direction of the movement should be and so on. So I'm kind of trying to keep my strokes going in the direction that Ela has shown here. Okay. All right. And I leave this edge here. This bit here, I want it to be very light, but I want something in there. I probably should bring that pastel green to the very edge here, because there needs to be some color in here. I don't think it can be totally white. Yeah. All right, and now I need to move into the darker colors, slightly darker colors. So this, what is this called? It doesn't really matter what they're called in this instance, but this is called sky blue also, but it's in a different pencil set. Sorry, I'm kind of behind the chat. And I'm pulling those darker stripes. And okay, so here I'm kind of messed up a little bit. So I'm actually taking the bullet. You can do flicks with that one as well, but yeah, if I have a choice between bullet and brush, then it's going to be brush anytime. Of course it's going to be brush. I'm going to come back with that pastel green. Okay, what color are you? I'm just picking up at this stage random colors, as you might have noticed. This is Aquamarine by Illustrator. I'm putting in some variations of more of a Caribbean vibes here. And the sea greens. Okay. Okay, I need something even darker here. You know, coming from this, it needs to be bit, couple, very little, but couple of darker. What color is that? Asian. Did I already use that one? Did I? That's Asian blue. Like with that darker one, I want to be sparing. But darker one, I go in with these ones when the paper is like thoroughly wet. So it kind of self-blends a little bit. Okay. And I'm taking that aquamarine again, and I'm going over that Asian. Because they're kind of a closest in value. Not the same color, but closest in value. So I'm essentially using that as a blender. Or, you know, kind of a softening the stroke. Okay. And something that would be like really kind of a bluer blue. Let's put it that way. Do I have anything? Yeah, that's probably the best option. So that's the, what's his name? Azul, Artico, Arctic blue. Okay. So as you can see, brush tips aren't obligatory, although they do help in many instances, but good inks are. Like good colors really, really help. Okay, that sky blue here. You know, that bit. And here and here. And now I'm taking where I, you know, this is the alcohol blender, and where I don't, you know, when I'm not quite happy with the texture, I'm kind of going over with that one slightly, so it just softens the texture. I'm just putting in kind of extra flecks, which will create a bit of extra texture. Okay, and now I need to get, like, this bit here needs to be quite dark, for example, here underneath, and here, you know, I need to get down really, really dark strokes. So, but I first need to put in the lighter ones. So let me look at the chat now as well. Sorry, I need to kind of scroll a little bit because I've missed quite a bit. Okay, so the Curious Dara trying to see how many things I can do at once. Watching Annika live on TV, also open on phone so I can chat, and color along from Shell on iPad while I color in nature mandalas. I don't have that book. Shell's color alongs are fantastic though, and she is an amazing colorist. I suck at color alongs though. I mean, not necessarily making them, but just following them. It's not my thing at all. I just can't do it. I have tried, and I end up just going my own way eventually. Yeah, hopeless. The same way with cooking. I rarely ever follow instructions. Atlanta, okay, so what were the pro markers used for graphic design, comic books, illustrations? I mean, they have the word professional on them. They were used a lot by all sorts of professions, from architects, for example, to, yes, graphic design. You know, a lot of comic book artists, especially European ones, would have used them also. Yeah, they were very, very popular. Still are. Still are. It's kind of it was almost like two camps at some stage. You know, there was Copic camp and there was a pro marker camp. Now things have changed a lot, because back then those were pretty much the only ones around. Now you have such a huge choice. Andrea, no, Annika, and thanks. This clears up why do I see them with different packaging on Vinted as well. I never dare to buy them even for a good price, as I didn't know why the different look. Yeah, that's why. Yeah. Atlanta, right? They are for professionals, which is why I don't own any. Now ask me about my acrylic paint. Ah. Brittany, oh, you're explaining about the Copics and okay, yeah, different things you can do with them. Good job. Good idea. Okay, now Auntie says there is a brand called Olo, and I'm like, what? Brittany. Sorry, Brittany. Yes, I now realize that you were talking about Olos, not Oros. My bad. I don't. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think I have heard about Olo markers, but because I've never tried them or really paid attention to them, I probably just kind of lost it. Olo is spendy, but kind of awesome. Okay. Coloring Bliss has a few videos in them. I need to flick, flick, flick. I need to figure it out. Andrea, come on, you just have shown 15 beautifully colored pages. I think you know what you're doing. Ah. Pot noodles, Gail. I can't have pot noodles. I don't have many foods that give me a heartburn, but these do. There is something in pot noodles that, they would be like super convenient occasionally, not as you can have a regular thing. And I actually do like fair few flavors but I can't have them because the moment I have them, I feel awful in 5 minutes. You're doing it, Annika. Gail, seriously, Annika, the most skilled person. Oh, thank you. Oh, there's many other ones who are way better still, but yeah, thank you. Thank you for lovely, lovely compliments. You're doing wonders to my self-esteem, people. Oh, hi, Jukebox Widow. I love this book, Great Images, the 2 copies having cocktails while floating in a pond. I have that done as well, ages ago. I think it was the first one that I did in this book, and I didn't really know the paper very well. I was trying to use water materials, didn't go that well down, but, getting a bit better. Getting a bit better at knowing this paper, let's put it that way. Okay, so, Jukebox Hero. Okay, I'm scrolling down. It's looking so pretty. Thank you. Gail, they always seem like a good idea at the time, and then I feel sick after. See, you have the same issues there. Oh, hi, Candace. Hi. It was a very bad marker. Bad marker, bad. Those cans remind me of my favorite scene from The Jerk. Atlanta, yeah, I liked your opinion in your unpopular opinion tags regarding color alongs. Yeah, I'm not good at actually following them. We are what we are. We can't really change things overly much. Okie doke. Did I miss all the smoothies and beer? No, there's no smoothies, and I don't know about beer. I don't know if Killian is having any, but Ola, I think she might still be out. She is, yeah, she's in the pub with a friend tonight. That's the first ever time to go to pub. I think I talked about that yeah, she's so grown up. It's because quite a few of her friends are finishing this year at the school. She has another year to do, but some of her friends are finishing this year. And they are now, most of them are totally, finished with their exams. I think one of them still has, what exam did she have? Oh, I think Russian language exam to do. I'm now for this underwave area. I am going to put down that pastel green all over it. And I'm using that as my wet canvas. Lucy knows what's in pot noodles that's doing that, Annika, because she was explaining it once. Oh yeah, I remember now. Yeah, she did explain that. I don't remember what it was, but I do remember her explaining that. Lucy knows everything. Lucy is intimidating in her wonderful, erudite ways. Like, it's so handy to have a person like Lucy. Every chat should have one. Because anytime you have a question, you can pretty much go, Lucy. Time Mr. Fumbles got the smoothie maker out. Where he's out, I'd say, as well. I think he went out to find... there was some sort of a disturbance in the village lately. Some petrol pumps apparently were thrown at the house. We know very little of it. So he went to the pub to kind of talk to people, wink wink, and find out what's happening. Get all the juicy stuff. Okay, so this is now the sky blue, the Illustrator version, which is, oh, that brush. Either I've done something awful to that brush, or it was always awful, because it's so squishy that I can't even flick it properly. I just want to put some color variations in of kind of a different... See, that's what I mean by layering colors. So essentially I'm glazing, you know. Those two colors, this one and this one, are essentially the same value. But I'm changing a hue in some areas, you know, I'm cooling down some areas. And so it wouldn't be like one flat expanse. And it'll immediately, already, you know, you can see how it starts taking shape. And it's not because that color is darker. It's just this color, to me, is cooler. And cooler color immediately creates an effect that it pushes the area that the cooler color is in. It pushes it backward. So anything that is warmer comes forward, and anything that is cooler goes backward. And this, see, that kind of is slightly individual as well. Not slightly, but it is individual. The way we see color is also different, because to me, technically, they say that green blues are cooler than pure blues, because, you know, they have green in them. So, you know, let's mix of two cooler colors. And to me, blue greens have always looked much warmer than, you know, more red leaning greens. So we do see and perceive color differently, which is also okay. Okay, that brush is just terrible. It's awful. Okay, I'd say by the end of this video that marker is going to be so dead anyway. So dead. Okay. Night, night, Nif. Sorry, I missed you going again. Oh, hi, Lucy. Okay, first time in the pub. Have you got a bucket handy? We'll be fine. I actually trust her. You know, she's pretty sensible. You know, she is pretty good at sticking to her guns and making her own decisions also. So, gave the bucket. Lucy, yeah, hi. I'm so glad that you popped in, and hello. She definitely makes the chat trolling. She does, doesn't she? Are you spying on us, Lucy? Oh, hi, Michelle. Hi. She's eating cake. Geez, watching this is tempting me to buy good alcohol markers now. Yeah, well, you don't technically need to have the same ones, okay? You can totally cope. If you have a hoo-hoos or whatever, you'll be fine. The reason I'm doing it here with these ones is very much because I'm actually using bullet, please note. Is very much because I just wanted to use those drawer markers. I have those stationary drawers. Do you know the ones like which I meant for documents and such? And essentially 2 drawers of these are full of old marker dregs. The shame. The shame. And they're not dregs because they are bad markers. They're actually good markers, especially the pro markers. But it's just, most of those sets are gone. There's no kind of like blending sets there anymore. Well, there's still some left, but mostly it's like random colors. So I use it, I have used it quite a bit for just pure basing, when I just put one, flat color down and then go with pencils on top. But this one, I think this area I want to be pretty darn dark here eventually. So and just pulling in some extra texture here and there. I'm just trying to kind of depict the water movement. Okay, I need to get to the chisel. Because the chisel is going to give me a bit more organic and juicier line. Okay. Okay, looking at what you're talking about. Gail, I'm just waiting for Prime Days to see if the Chroma Flow go down in price, and they're mine. If not, getting the Woomers. Both exceptionally lovely pencils. I love them both. Which one would I prefer? Oh, I don't even know. I like them both. Yeah, Chroma Flow objectively is, more pigmented and better pencil. Let's put it that way, okay? So I need to get this area pretty darn dark. And I think I want some areas to be like more dark. I think this area I want to be pretty dark as well, like behind its head. I'm just now going from lightest markers into darkest, and then I'm going to come back and smooth things over a bit. For example, here I want them already slightly smooth over because agreed, the ultramarine is warm, okay. Okay, yeah, Andrea, I only ever heard Karen talking about this. I find it fascinating when she talks about color temperature. That ultramarine is warm. I learned that ultramarine was warm when I was studying acrylic potting. Yet, to me, ultramarine is not warm. See, that's the thing. I see ultramarine like cooler color than, for example, cobalt. And I know that by all, color theory and, by all the rules, it's actually opposite. But in my brain, and my brain tells me that, ultramarine is cooler, and I can't help it. It is what it is. Okay, so okay, and okay. But ultramarine is supposed to be warmer because it has higher red content, which, technically makes so much sense. Hi, Nessa! What is happening, Nessa? Severe thunderstorm, wind, hail, flash flooding. Oh my god! Also, watch out the window. I love watching. Yes, watching storm out the window is one of the biggest pleasures in life. I adore it. Lightning bolt hit right outside my window 15 minutes ago. Oh no! Atlanta, I love your color palette. Thank you. The color palette in this instance is pretty much the markers I had available. as you do. Okay, I need to soften that out, but it's going to be fine. And if I go a little bit into the capybara or anything else, that's why I didn't want to color them first, because then afterwards when I put colors into them, I can kind of, clean them first with a little bit of alcohol blender, and then make sure that okay, so here and here. Okay, so I need this top of the wave to be pretty darn dark. So this is not the darkest color I'm going to put down here. And why I'm doing it by sections like this is that I need to keep the area like reasonably damp. So the colors would blend into each other. And I have now the next color, which is Asian blue. And once again, making sure the darkest goes underneath that top splash of the wave. So I'm putting okay, now I'm gonna take the darkest color. The way this page is going, I might not actually put much, like at least to the water, I hope to do mostly with alcohol markers, because I don't really want to do that expense with pencils. This is one of the reasons, it's just easier for me in a way to do it with alcohol markers. Okay, no, I need the darkest one actually down first, and then I'm going to blend it out with this one. So this is the darkest blue that I have here. Well, from the colors that kind of suit this color scheme. So I'd say I don't really need to go much darker than that. Okay. All right. And now I'm going to flick some of it out. Okay, that was a bit too careless flick. Okay, and Okay, and smoothing this area out. Okay, and sorry that I'm not talking much here. I'm trying not to color the whole capybara dark blue. So I need to kind of pay a little bit of attention what I'm doing here. Okay, and now I start softening it out. So I'm taking slightly lighter blue. And doing the edges with it. Also kind of yeah, here I'm actually kind of missing a little bit. The brush would have been a little bit easier here in some areas, but we'll manage. Okay. All right, and now I'm taking the lighter colors. Oh, first I wanted to actually take that aquamarine and put some, see, to me that adds warmth, okay? But it also adds this kind of a color variation. Okay. Alrighty, and now I need to soften things out here with those lighter colors. Okay. And now I need to go over, I think the last thing now is to put in a little bit more of the pastel green, which also will soften and blend everything. Okay. And I don't like really this area here is a bit harsh. So I'm kind of doing a little bit of extra flicking at the edges of it. Now, and now I can move to the next areas. Okay, I've missed bits here. Digital cake. Oh. Atlanta, sorry, I don't know Canadian geography that well. Maybe I should buy one of those Canadian colouring books I keep seeing on Book Outlet. I've never seen anything, any Canadian colouring books. Ultramarine is a winter colour. Yes, it is. A turquoise is a spring colour. Agreed. Ultramarine does not warm our hearts. Yes, but they do go together, Annika. They do not clash. Yes, that's true. Yeah. Kim. Oh, hi, Kim. Well, I think I'm finally awake. Atlanta, oops, I'm 4 minutes late for a meeting. Oh, oops. That really is an oops. I'll be back in an hour or two. Thanks, Annika, for streaming. Oh, boy, Atlanta. Okay, now we're moving on to the next area. It's supposed to be like pretty darn dark here. There's going to be hardly any light areas here. But I actually should do like the continuation. Okay. Some of the texture didn't come out great. If I'm not happy with, you know, a stripe or two here or there, these places I can, you know, later to go in with a pencil and slightly fix them. But mostly I'm, you know, going to leave things as is. Okay, so here there should be yellow, shouldn't there? Because technically we have a sunset happening here. So we're going to put some flicks like this in. I need some stronger color. And I'm flicking back and forth like this. I'm pushing and pulling. I have no idea if I'm doing it right or wrong, but this is what I came up with, you know. This is the hand movement that is happening here. Okay. All right. Do I have any other kind of yellows that would be a bit more intense? Maybe you should try them on a paper, actually. Holy cow, says Kim. I feel like I've been hit by a truck. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kim. What truck hit you? I know. I hope you're okay. I know that it wasn't truck, but still, you know. What's happening? Okay, so I created a bit of a texture here where the sun would hit the waves. I don't know how much is going to be left from it, but at least I created something there. And dum to dum to dum. Do I need any peachy color or anything there as well? Probably not. Oh, that's green. That's green. Okay, no. No, 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 no. Okay, and are you very strong orange? Yes, you are. You don't work for me. Oh, some of that orangey color as well. So, okay, now I need to be really careful with flicks because it's going to be really easy to mess up things. I want like very little of that orange with very fragile little flicks. And I don't know how much of it's going to be left there. Okay. There's no kind of a like really strong sun yellow here. Do I have any in my pro markers? Drawer 2, warm colors. Okay, doc. Buttercup was a nice color from what I remember, and so was mustard was more kind of a, yeah, that doesn't really work for me, but buttercup might. Yeah, pastel yellow is too pale. I don't want that. Okay, let's try the buttercup here as well. Just some extra, because that's what we are, extra. Yeah, that kind of gives a little bit cleaner, brighter. Okay. So I just flicked some of that down. Let's see what's going to happen now with the base, because the base is usually pastel green, which is a wonderful color in the Pro markers. Such a versatile color. And you can see how it just layers also, like they're really a dream, those inks. But yes, I know, sadly, A, they are not refillable, B, they are darn expensive. It's not easy. Okay, what's happening there? The allergy truck. Oh, you that is the worst. I have allergy trucks as well. They slam into me on regular basis. Auntie Chris, oh my god, honestly, someone put the French onion dip back in the fridge and the only dip in the container was the stuff that stuck to the sides. Oh, that is annoying. Kim, high pollen counts. Yes, I had to get a steroid shot to stop the swelling in my eyes on Thursday, but I still have to control the watering and itching with meds. Oh no. I most of the time can cope with a steroid spray, but if it gets really bad, yes, I feel your pain, because I also struggle with allergies, which I have talked about probably a lot. It probably sounds like a whining at this stage, but yeah, I feel your pain, Kim. Like, my spring was not fun time for me, but neither is summer often, so yeah. I just don't do well in summer and springtime. I get this moment, you know, when the autumn is finally, like, you know, it feels like autumn is finally here, and suddenly, you know, I can breathe much better. Everything is just so much better. Okay, I need to flip it around, so prepare yourselves. Bless you, Chris. Karma will get to everyone. If these people ever move out, so I'm going to get my revenge. It's easier to get revenge when they're still in the house, Chris. Each of the Winsor and Newton alcohol markers can be bought open stock. Yes, yes, they can, but they are not cheap. Okay, I need to now just do the flicking with the white, and I just needed to be able to kind of flick towards myself, because that just works better. Okay. I think I'm gonna go like down to here. I think maybe, actually no, I don't want to go there, because then I would need to go that. Yeah, no, I'm going to leave it as that. Okay, I'll just leave that line there. I'm going to come down to that line here. Okay. All right. All right. I need to feel that the paper is kind of wettish. And I need to pull some of that now into that yellow as well, as slightly narrower flicks. All right. Okay. And now I need to get this color out, and it's the kind of the lighter blue, cooler blue in my opinion. And since it's my page, My opinion is the opinion that counts. Okay. Auntie Chris, I'm going to visit and eat all the groceries. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to live that long, but one of these days, if my son gets a place of his own, I'm going to go visit him. And then in the middle of the night, I am going to go and help kind of empty pretty much the freezer of all the stuff that can be quickly cooked in the air fryer or something. And then I'm not going to tell anybody. So if they think that, oh, we have stuff for tonight's dinner or whatever, and then they start cooking when all the shops, when they back from work, they think, oh wait, now I just need to throw things into oven and there's nothing there. That is what I'm going to do. This is a plan. Even if I don't like much of that snacky stuff, which by the way, I don't. Like, they both, and most of those, like, seems to be a very Irish thing that anything breaded is wonderful. And to me, most of the things, if you bread them, not that in certain instances, I do like breading, but a lot of stuff just tastes the same. It pretty much tastes as the breading. So, and also the deep frying thing, which is like maybe once in maybe very, very occasionally, on rare occasion type, I would have it. But even then, like, it's not really something that is, particularly, I don't have any cravings for deep fried foods. I think it's a cultural thing as well, it's not really a big thing from when I grew up and, in my background. So, Brittany, I may have 2 food allergies, but I need to finish with dealing with the gut issues through my GI doctor and this nutritionist first before I can see a proper allergist to make sure I don't have any. I mean, that sounds like a long process, Brittany. I hope you get it sorted, though. Leaving the 1 spoonful in the container. Yeah, by the way, Killian does that as well. That is all about not having to throw it away or not having to wash the dishes. Like, if you leave the last, usually tiny piece on the plate or whatever it was on, or a pot, then you don't have to wash the pot/plate/whatever container it was on. They do it all the time to me. Okay. Because I want this area here to be like, well, I need to add some bit of a darker bits there, but it needs to be lighter than this area here for a bit, because it is kind of a like flooded with sun. The sun is throwing a fair bit of light there. I wonder if Orla is back. I don't really know because, my door is closed. So she might have actually gotten back by now. Initially, there was actually, I might have had to finish the stream earlier today because it might have been me who would have gone to pick her up. But her friend's dad, we met when I was dropping her off. Well, she was driving there herself. and we had a fight in the parking lot about how it should be parked, you know, because it was one of those weird parking lots when the parking spots are slanted. And yeah, it's not great. She hasn't really dealt with that before, so she kind of got super frustrated. But I met her friend's dad, and I asked him if he maybe could, you know, if he picks up her friend, you know, can she drop her into the bus stop, you know, if it's still kind of like reasonable time, you know, because I didn't know what time they would finish. But if it was late, I was going to go and pick up myself. And he just say, no, I'm going to pick them up anyway. Like, I might as well drop her home. So I was very lucky. Glitter Day, Annika, how these pro markers compare to the Hoo markers? I know pro markers are Connie's coloring chemist favorite markers. They are fantastic. See, for an everyday colorist, okay, the difference is not that huge. I do find that they, for example, they bleed less, even on crappier paper. They are just generally, you know, the inks blend better, very clean inks. But you don't have this, like, they have less colors, for example. Pretty sure I now haven't checked for quite a while, you know, because I don't really want to get myself, if I go checking out pro markers too much, I will want, you know, to get some, you know, replace some of the colors that have run out type of a thing, which I really don't need to. Do you know what I mean? So I have been trying to kind of keeping, damn it, I got distracted. I've been trying to keep away from them a little bit, but they have fantastic, fantastic things. But yes, to my knowledge now, I have not checked recently, but I don't think they have, you know, brought out many new colors or anything. They do have less colors, but they mix just so well. You can see how well they mix, you know, and how clean the colors are, and you know how many interesting colors there are. And they also have, for example, what I find is kind of missing in Ohuhu, I find that they don't have really good yellow, and pro markers have beautiful yellows. So it's like, it's all, you know, what you're looking for. Do you know what I mean? But I do think that, you know, they are, you might, you know, sometimes, and especially in Europe on some websites, you actually can get good deals on them, especially if you go for the bullet tips ones. But yeah, a lot of us, you know, who are used to more with the brush markers would probably want to get the brush markers, and they are way more expensive. Also, they have less colors, of course. So yeah, for a colorist, I'd say, you know, who's kind of make more sense. But all in all, to me, yes, they are. They are better markers, you know. Better inks. But you do need to, you know, because it is cheaper to get them with bullet nibs, and you do need a bit of a practice to kind of color it, chisel, and, you know, bullet tip only. Totally possible, as you can see. It just takes a little bit of practice. Okay, and here too, I'm going to give just a little bit of the Agent Blue here. I'm not going to bring the darkest markers onto this area at all, I think. I'm going to leave this area fairly light. Okay, I think I need to blow my nose. Talking about allergies. I can't really, unless things are dire, I don't like to take my pills before anything that demands some attention span, because I tend to get a bit knocky-outy. Okay. And all right, and I'm taking the aquamarine as well. Where is it? Aquamarine. That terrible, terrible brush. And I'm just going to, like, very quickly side flick. I'm using that side of the brush marker and do that sort of a very, very light flicking in. Just to add a bit of a like glow effect, because if I darken the edges with that aquamarine a little bit, even hazily, the pastel green really starts glowing more. No. Okay. Like that. And like that. See how the pastel green just becomes more intense in the middle. Not bad, actually. What do you think? Okay, let me see. She lives that long and he finally gets his own place. Yeah, I know. Auntie Chris, I really feel like this is the time for a kick-ass gospel choir to start singing about how rude it is to eat all but the last spoonful of something. Exactly, Chris. You know, and I know. Okay. Sorry, I had to do that. I know it wasn't pleasant, but I really had to do that, and I will do another one. Sorry. Okie doke, okie doke. It is an abomination to eat or drink all but the last 4 ounces and put it back in the fridge. Can I get an amen? The last few grapes just withering, the last heel of bread, the last bit of butter in the dish. Oh my God, get another stick of butter out. Exactly. Amen. Brittany, I can't any fried foods because it has too much fat in them, along with no spicy peppers and no black and white peppers, along with no vinegar, chocolate, coffee, no alcohol. You have pretty rough limitations then. Shower of heart. Don't do it. Don't do it. Literally, no fruits high in acid like citrus fruits, no pineapple, no gluten. Wow, your diet. It will be probably easier to ask what you can eat. Yes, exactly, Auntie Chris. I can have lemongrass and sumac as seasonings. Oh, okay. Wow. Good today. Thank you, Annika. I might get some from Vinted just to try it out. Yeah, if you are, getting something, try to get a set that, actually has something that would blend together, because otherwise it's, hard to figure out if you like them or not. But yeah, it's a learning curve, The main reason that I'm fairly comfortable with them is that when I first started out with alcohol markers, these were the markers that were actually the easier for me to get and much cheaper than Copics. So obviously I started with these markers. That was, what, 15 years ago, if not more. But then I didn't do anything with them for, over a decade. What, a decade, yeah. And then I started eventually coloring again, so. Oh, yeah, Brittany is going to see a nutritionist. Okay. Well, fingers crossed for you, Brittany, that they can sort things out for you. Jana, I definitely like the bullet chisel over the brush nib. A lot of adults in the adult alcohol marker coloring communities on Facebook complain about how the woohoo alcohol markers are running out of ink too quickly, quicker than normal. A lot of them are recommending the Bianio alcohol markers that are made in the same factory as the woohoo alcohol markers instead. Okay. I don't know where you can even buy the Bianio ones, to be honest. I, haven't really come across them too much, to be honest. I know about them, but I've never tried them, so I can't really say what I think about them. I have had pretty decent experiences with my Ohuhu markers. I've had them for ages, and they're still pretty much all. Have I had any Ohuhu markers like really run out? Yeah, a couple, yeah. Yeah. But, that really took years in my case. So maybe something has changed. I can't really, tell from here. But if something has changed, that would be a pity. Because as budget markers goes, they were a good option for a long time. Although nothing is really, like, they used to be way cheaper than they are at the moment. But everything is kind of. Okay. Brittany, you're saying your allergy medications make you drowsy or sleepy. Yes, they do. Yes, Brittany, that is the case. Kim, well, my Tutti Color Neo 2 set is swatched 5 hours later. Oh. That must have been an epic journey, Kim. I don't even have, like, these are at the moment the colors I still do have in Pro Markers. Like, I used to have most of them. But these, I actually keep kind of track that, these are the colors that I still have. And this is the whole kind of the colors they do have. So you can see it's not a huge chart. This is all the colors. It might have changed. This is now, when did I print it? Gosh, it must have been close to 2 years ago. So maybe they have released any new colors, but I kind of doubt it. Yeah. But the colors they do have are beautiful and blend beautifully together. But yes, they are not a budget by any definition. Like, if you're looking for a budget marker, that is the wrong place to look for them. Okay, sorry, no, this isn't the boring bit. I just need to put down a whole lot of that pastel green. This is probably how the pastel green marker will eventually die on this page. With honor. Having served me well. It's still quite juicy though. That's the beauty of the chisel tip. You get really a lot of ink out in one go. Okay. And I need to do that bit here too. Sorry. Out of shot. Like I need to get really dark in this corner so there will be almost no light areas showing. Like quite dark. Okay, we have the base down. We have the base down. Now, variations. I could try that one again, but that one was showing the signs of giving up on me. Yeah, that barely gives anything now. I think I have finally killed that one. Look at how the, it's that tip is just too soft. Gail, Hannika, have you tried Vicks Sinex Mist Nasal Spray? Yes, I have, and it can help to a certain extent, but you can't really keep using it. But it does help, yes. But if my allergy is really acting up, it doesn't really do much, I really need to take my medication to stop the flow and sneezing, There's only so much Vicks can do for really fierce allergies. Actually, I should drop some almost purples in there. Do I have any like cool purple in this set? I don't think I do. Oh, I might have it there. Sorry, my hand is going to be in the shot. These two might help if I want to darken things a bit. Here in the corner. Yeah, the only purples I really have are purplish or Sharpies. And they will not work for that sort of a blending here. Yeah, this one is just not doing anything, is it? No. I think you're going to witness the moment when this one leaves into the circular file. Kim, have you used any media beside alcohol markers here or in general? Because if you say here, then so far, no. The answer is no. I've only really done alcohol markers so far. If you ask in general, oh yeah. I pretty much used anything that is out there. Except oil paints. Because oil paints scare me. Okay, this one needs to be like super dark, this area here. But I need to keep it wet. Alright, and just pulling those stripes. I almost feel like I should have masked the fish. Because they're going to be a pain to go around. And they would not have taken me long to mask them. Oh well. Oh well. And now where the tail is, because that's underwater, I will actually color over it. And once I have the color picked for the fish and everything down here, when I put if the water is already colored with the blues or whatever I'm going to be using, let's say I'm going to make those fish like yellow and red, if I'm putting those colors into the tail and there's already blue there, you're going to have the effect that they are underwater. You know, not like immediate effect, but it's going to work like that. Okay. All right, so this one here. And I'm darkening this corner here slightly, because this corner needs to be like very dark. Okay, just keep things moving. And will the purple work? The question. The question. That's a bit too red purple. Do I have something? No, that's too dark. Let's try with that. Let's try with you here. Yeah. That's the sort of a... It's just, you know, darkening the blues sometimes or dulling out the blues. Those muted purples is sometimes a good way to add extra depth. Okay. So not too much, but I'm going to pull some in there. Just okay. Sorry now. That's the concentration now. I get quiet when I actually need to think what I'm doing. It happens sometimes that I actually think what I'm doing. Like this brush is actually in good condition, so it works pretty well. Okay. I started at the beginning of Lucy's stream. Kim, that was then an epic journey. Auntie Chris, last year I finally finished the black from my original Who marker set. From when they were shaped like Copic. See, they, you know, really, at least, you know, the ones that I've had and that I've had experiences with, they lasted very well. So it must be, you know, if they now have issues, then it must be a newer thing. Okay, now I need to start going in with darks. Okay. So I need really dark here. So I'm going to wet this area so I'd be able to somewhat blend that dark out. And ouch. I might just go boldly in with the darkest of the colors there. Kim, I was watching a video with the Woomer acrylics the other day. Okay, I hope it was useful. And the flight of angels sing thee to thy rest. Salutes the pastel green marker. Oh. Lucy, oh, you're popping in again. Hi, Lucy, back. Yay. Oh, dear Lucy, we are pretty quiet without you. But that's a bit of an exaggeration. We're not that quiet, but we are missing you, Miss Lucy. But I hope you're having a good time. Okay, so I need to... Damn it, I went a bit sloppy here now. Okay. We'll cope. Okay, let's fix things. I kinda got distracted and paid the price. Oh well, we'll figure it out. I can probably fix it slightly with adding texture with the blender pen. I think I put too much here down. Might not be actually. And I can't wait to go. The party's going still. I can't wait to go. How old is this child exactly, Lucy? Stay safe on the way home. That's right. Turning 6. Bluey themed. And it's not her bedtime. Oh, apparently no curfew on her birthday. Yeah, that kind of, I remember that. Then again, my parents had their issues, and there were many of them, but they were pretty chill. Well, most of the time anyway. From kind of certain age, they were pretty chill about bedtimes. Possibly because they tended to be owls as well. So they kind of took it for granted that their child is probably going to be just as, just as hopeless. Okay, so some dark here. Okay. Lord help me, says Lucy. You're not even birthday song and cake cutting. Oh no. Oh no. And also, let's be honest, many people don't trust on TikTok as they will promote bands. They get free stuff or get paid what to say. I only trust YouTube reviews as I can see if the creator actually is using the product. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I accept a product for review, which, in all the fairness, like if somebody tells me that, asks me if I want to review, and I mostly, kind of consider that company okayish, then reviews have their value. But if I do it, then I'm definitely going to do it in a style that, I actually put them through their paces and, try to film quite a lot of progress and, process and, stuff that I've tried with them and how it came out and so on. Otherwise, it's kind of, what's the point, But I myself find those reviews, helpful, and have kind of consulted those reviews, from people whose opinion I trust and whose integrity I do trust. So why not put them out there? Okay, so this is the Aegean blue, I think. Okay. All right, I might put some lighter color in there eventually. I don't know yet, if I'm going to drop some pencil here and there, but maybe not, I'll see how well I'm going to be able to blend it out. And we have the sky blue. Bring it out there. Auntie Chris, when my kids were little, birthday party started at 2 p.m. and ended at 4 p.m. so I wouldn't have to feed anyone except for cake and ice cream. I eventually copped on that. Oh, hi, Dante. Hi. You have the same page mark for next week. That is actually really cool. I would love to see your results as well. Flick, flick, flick. You could do the same sort of a job with real brush pens as well, to be honest. It's just I picked, you know, my dregs drawers for this time. But, you know, it's not a you know, necessity. You can try different things. Okay, and now I have this area here to do. I think I need to kind of turn the page a little bit so my flow of my strokes kind of would work here the right way. Let me see if I missed somebody's. Kim, otherwise it's just advertising if you don't put them through the paces. Yeah, that's the thing. And I don't want to advertise, you know, in anything, but I do think that having reviews on YouTube, if I can see that the person has actually worked with them and, you know, done stuff with them and has, you know, some experience to talk about, then, yeah, reviews are good. And I do understand that, you know, we don't have, you know, one thing that you were going to buy them anyway and you do the review as well. But I'm not made of money, so yeah, if I could just buy anything that, you know, oh, I'm going to make a review for this or that and just, you know, buy them. But, you know, there's limits to my wallet, sadly. Wouldn't be lovely if there weren't. Okay, so I need to get this corner here pretty dark, which is going to be a bit of a challenge, but we'll see how this is going to work for us. Or regarding the kids' birthdays, Annika, I clearly trust you. That's why I have 5 books on the way. The way I eventually did, I think when they were very young, like, you know, especially when Killian was young, we did some in our house as well. But from certain age, especially, it became kind of a thing in the school that pretty much everybody in the class got invited to the birthdays, or most of people in the class like got invited. And there were some parents who actually did that at home, but most parents just started going to those play centers, you know, those places where there's loads of like different, you know, indoor kind of like climbing stuff and ball pools and whatnot, you know, all sorts of entertainments, from trampolines to whatnot, to climbing walls to whatever. You know, it started to being a thing that essentially, you know, your birthdays needed to almost be there, you know. So I found it kind of convenient, because one thing I did, you know, I did always I bake a cake for them, you know, I did make the cake, up to a certain age at least. And yeah, you're basically, you know, paid for everybody's entrance fee, which, you know, you would have pretty much spent the same amount of, well, maybe a little bit less, you know, if you did everything at home. But, you know, you got the food for it, you know, a bit of a kind of like a snacky food for them. And they got like 2 or 3 hours, you know, kind of run themselves ragged in those play centers. And that was great. then, you know, they were tired afterwards and reasonably happy. So yeah, that kind of became a thing, essentially. Okay, so making that corner here pretty dark. I need you to be darker and you to be darker. I don't like this bit here. This specific bit here is kind of, I feel, wrong. Yeah, a little bit better. Party started at 6 p.m. That is pain. We all have multiple books and supplies in the basket, thanks to Annika, says Gail. Oops. Oh. You just need to stay off YouTube. Kim, Lucy, please tell me the main parts of this party are over. It's been 3 hours. Yeah, for kids' birthday, that's a lot. Like, really. Get real. Even if they usually, you know, if they were in somebody else's house, you know, if they went to birthday to somebody's house, there usually was kind of like a time limit, even on the invitation, or, you know, as you dropped them off, you were told, you know, come and pick them up at whatever time, you know, we're going to be finished. You know, you can pick them up. Because for some of them, like, it was expected that you stayed as well. But for, now, for those big birthdays where there was like 20 kids or something like that, there already, you know, nobody needed, you know, plus, you know, 40 parents. So, yeah. Okay, so here. I need to get, it's going to be like a lot of flicking. In a way, it's a bit like fur, that the more you flick, and, you know, the more texture and movement you put into it, and the more you kind of blend things out that way, the better it looks. It just takes a little bit more time than just, you know, putting 1 or 2 colors down and be done with it. Well, that's inevitable, obviously. Okay. And here too. I was never kind of a perfect mommy, to be honest, now that I'm thinking about it. Like, we have neighbors, one house down from us, and when her kids had any sort of a birthday or celebrations, there were balloons, you know, and special balloons, even on the gate posts, and, you know, hanging from the house, and all the house was, you know, full of banners and balloons and whatnot. And I just didn't do that much, you know. Occasionally I did do some balloons, but that was about it. What? Gail, glitter and cactus. I'm just waiting for my metallic lango to arrive. They are lovely. They're lovely. Lucy, you need to have an emergency and then have to leave. Somebody phone Lucy's phone. Because, okay, because there is going to be meltdown at some point. 6-year-olds plus 9 p.m. is a recipe for a meltdown. Yeah, most likely. Lucy just sang happy birthday. Yay, cake was cut. There's hope, Lucy. There is hope out there. I guess in 20 minutes I can be out of here. Jana, I never ordered from Shein. I need to take a look. Dante, as a working mom, I have come to realize there is no such thing as a perfect mom. That's a myth. That is there is a best mom for the kids. Thank you. Thank you. Because sometimes you feel like, you're underperforming somehow. Do you know what I mean? Especially if there are, other mothers or families, who are putting like a lot of elbow into that sort of stuff. And that was never a priority for me. Like, I just couldn't, get into it as much as, some of the parents did. But at the same time, my kids were never that bothered about those huge birthdays to start with. So I guess, you're right in that we kind of fit our kids. And birthdays are very different when they're like kind of like a toddler age and, when they're smallies. As to when they get to the middle school and that age. Okay, I need to now get some other dark colors here. I need to darken that corner a fair bit, which is going to be a challenge. Maybe I should bring in like some almost purples, like depth colors. But at the moment I'm still working with fairly like surface colors. And it would really help me if it was a brush here, because here the brush would work better for me. Because it's a tight area, I can't do very good flicks here with that chisel. Okay, I need something stronger purple. Okay, do I have anything that is looking at me? Ah! All right. Let's see if that's gonna work for me. Sorry. Lucy, there's a mini amusement park here, so no kids here are thinking about any meltdowns. The blue and bingo mascots are keeping everyone entertained. Also, it's a similar thing to what I did. Basically, some sort of a, either amusement park or play room or like activity area. Like some birthdays, but there was like this roller skating was at some stage really popular for birthdays. Or there's a big kind of another activity place nearby which had pretty much everything from huge, trampoline hall to climbing walls and whatnot, like loads of stuff to do for them. So you could pretty much just, sit down and relax a bit, because you probably had been, doing a lot of prep for that party anyway, from the cake and whatnot, and, getting everybody ready. And there was certainly, some meltdowns usually before the party for whatever reason. Usually there was something. There's always something to have a meltdown about. Then, you got there and then they were busy with, their friends and you could just sit down and kind of have a coffee. Sorry, I'm going to sneeze. Sorry. This is my life. Nothing can be done about it. As per every medical professional that has come my way. Okay. Okay. I'm now kind of, working with the pro markers. I'm now kind of, maybe I should look at that website. I do have one website when they can sometimes have like online prices and they're pretty decent prices. It's like, yeah, I know I used to, love certain colors which are now gone. It's like, maybe I should rebuy them. Then it's like, you do not need Maybe I should look on Vinted, Andrea, Annika, your lovely kids bring your smoothies and beers to your Saturday streams. I'm sure they think you're a pretty perfect mom. I hope I'm acceptable. They don't think it all the time, though. We have our fights. Let me tell you that. But they are both lovely. They're good people. Do you know what I mean? We all have our flaws. None of us is perfect. But in their essence, I think they are both good people. I think I got that, They are kind. And they have empathy, both of them. Some moments less than others, but, it's there. And they are nice to people and creatures who are smaller and weaker to them. Which was always a big thing for me, Like, no child of mine was going to be a bully, or it would not have ended well for them. Okay, bit of a thing there. Okay, I'm now dropping in some purple. Purple. I don't like this stretch here. That's wrong. Wrong. It's wrong. Just putting some movement in there as well. Yeah, that's better. That is better. Okay, let's see how this is going to work out for me. Jana, right, Kim, don't get me started on prom. Oh, some parents are over the top. Yes, they really can be. We ever aware. I was always a person that I didn't even understand huge weddings. I still don't. And I still is like, not something I would ever be investing in. My own wedding, we were both like, yeah, let's not spend huge amounts of money on big party that we could rather invest our future lives. Do you know what I mean? And this has not changed. It has never been that much about the party for me. It's always been about the everyday. This is Ohuhu's V270, which is called Lobelia. Oh, now I remember. That's a beautiful flower, actually. My mom used to like them. Lobelias. My mom was more into kind of a gardening and flowers and stuff than I ever was. I just want to kind of create a bit of a contrast and, you know, extra darkness or depth in this corner, or a bit of a color variation, so it wouldn't be exactly the same. And, you know, the color would kind of move. They would be warm here and fairly light, and there's dark area underneath the kind of the crest of the wave here. And I want to put some another kind of a color variation here. And I'm bringing it in like from the sides and leaving the middle a bit more untouched. And this, you know, because it's a brush, obviously it's easier to flick with it. So it's like, it goes well as far as, okay. Yep. Oh my God. Andrea, if there would be even just one comment that I could type in correctly and my phone would not change it either, that would be great. Lucy, typically her parties are very homey and quiet, but she will change schools next year, so they decided to do a bigger party so she can say goodbye to her schoolmates. Okay. Yeah, oh my God, I used to love the roller disco as a kid. A roller disco party would have been amazing. Yeah, Orla has, you know, had fair few, and Killian has gone to these, and it was quite popular for a while, you know, those roller disco parties. They had good times, and of course the big trampolines as well. I mean, like basically the whole floor of a huge hall essentially is going to be trampolines. They loved these too. And the same activity place. It's a really big place. It has like a big, huge roller skate, you know, room as well and stuff like this. So yeah, it was fantastic too. They still enjoy, you know, going those places occasionally. Like Ola, it wasn't too long ago when they had, you know, one of her friends had, you know, one of her parties in that roller disco place. So, all good fun. Okay, so now I am going to pull in. Sorry, my hand is going to be in the shut again. Ah! It's kind of. I took another. This is deep royal blue, and I'm pushing that a little bit onto and over that violet color, the lobelia color, a purplish color. I want to make that corner like totally dark. And then start with the texture here. This is one of the Ohuhus, the Honolulu Plus, you know, the ones that have the rubber nib, which I really like. But yeah, the color range is very limited in these ones. I guess people weren't willing to pay, you know, for these ones, the extra they were looking for. So I don't think they developed much more colors. Or maybe they have now lately, but I haven't really seen anything about it. Any new colors in that range. I really like the nib in these markers. I like the colors as well, but yeah, it's a very limited range. But I like working with it. Okay. Just flicking it in like this. Just keeping the movement going. Okay. Okay, I need to bring that up there. Yeah. Ah, okay, now. All right. Just little flicks here and there. All right, I think it's now getting close to okay. I'm going to once again take out my aquamarine and my beloved pastel green, which will give up a ghost soon, I suspect. Andrea and Annika, it looks already amazing. Oh, thank you. Curious done now. I always want to start a new page doing what Annika is doing, but I need to finish what I'm working on. Oh. Auntie Chris, I can't think of a Saturday with alcohol markers before this. Have we? I don't really remember. I think I did use them in something, but I think that I only used them, not like much blending, but I think I might have used them like a base just for something. I don't think I have done much of a, big blending like this. Especially kind of like messy blending like I'm doing here. That I just take markers and push them together. And I don't care if they, technically go together or not, because rebels here. Okay. All right. I think this area here is a bit rough. Do I have anything that I can try and fix here? Yeah, just add a bit of texture and it'll be fine. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, it's getting there, I think. Okay, and here I'm gonna soften this area a bit as well. Alright, I think the water is mostly now sorted. There's not too much now to be done here. On Capybara, I definitely usually want to do some pencil work as well, because, the fur is just going to be looking better, so I usually put fairly flat base on the Capybara. I spent more time on the water than I kind of planned to, but I think it looks pretty all right now. What do you think? I think the water is mostly now finished, and I'm pretty okay with it. I had a good time doing it anyway. It's really super relaxing, I find. Okay, I'm going to put the blues away now. And then I'm going to probably sneeze again, because of course I will. And well, these ones will go. They should really go into that drawer as well. Oops, dropping things. Sorry. Okay. Pro marker yellow, putting that one away too. You see, I used to love trampolines as a kid. Char. Not that I will be jumping in a bouncy house or trampoline anytime soon, but I hope I don't have smelly feet nightmares. Okay, what about trampolines? Because there's some kind of like a conversation that I've kind of missed. Good job raising humans. Oh, Gail, kindness and empathy are so important. You did a good job bringing them. Thank you. I hope, that I've had my bad moments, and I've never been I don't pretend to be ideal mom, but I hope I didn't, you know, totally mess them up. I'd rather spend big money on honeymoon. Yeah, I'm gonna get that, but we mostly just, you know, we wanted to invest it into kind of a future home and future life, you know. We got married at the registry office. There's Cindy. Oh, Cindy, I didn't see you coming in. Sorry, Cindy. Yes, registry office. Yeah, so did we. So did we. I didn't want to do a church wedding because I'm not really religious, and neither is my husband. So it was never really a big thing for us, which of course in even current day Ireland did not go down particularly well. But hey, you know, there were some relatives from his side who would say, you know, but are they really married? they got married in the registry office. They're not really married. It's like, okay, okay, I have a paper that says I am, so I'm good. I'm good. My husband did the same for his daughter. She chose the wedding. Oh, that is cool. Yeah. We don't really have that paying for the kids' wedding here, which it's not really the culture that much here. You can, you know, contribute somewhat, but it's not really a thing that is expected of parents that they cover the weddings. People kind of save money for their own weddings if they want to have a big wedding. Stick to roller skating and cake jar. Somebody always breaks an ankle. Ouch. All those sweaty feet. Oh, okay, that's what. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was never into that either, but you know, it was not for me. It was for my kids, and they don't think about sweaty feet much. So yay! I used to love trampolines as a kid, says Lucy, and then I started work as a healthcare worker, and all the cool things now are just disasters waiting to happen. Dante, my toddler's friend's birthday party was at a trampoline park. It was a good way to get the sugar rush out before going home. Yeah, they really, you know, they are wrecked when they get home. There's going to be no tantrums or nothing, like they're just too tired. Mostly they just fell asleep in the car. You get them in the house and they are chill for the rest, you know, what is left in the day. They're like happy out. The body fluid horrors, okay. What kind of body fluids are we talking about? The Curious Donna page is looking awesome. Thank you. Oh, the PTSD waves. Kim, pretty alright. Yeah, it's okay. That's right. That's exactly. I think it was the magnet challenge. Kim, no kidding. I have never seen anyone work charcoal markers like that. Yeah, but that's how I mostly work them, and I think that's how I get the nicest results. Like you're basically painting with them. Do you know what I mean? I think painting is something that probably appeals to me the best, so I tend to do it with everything. Lucy Fox, Lucy, 3 college students decided it was a great idea to swallow magnets. Oh my God. See, you'd think that, you know, they're college students, that there's some sort of maturity or brain behind, you know, those empty eyes. But no. No. Okay, I found that this is going to be the base color. It's kind of a like really nice, very neutral, light brown, which is so rare. So bleeding rare, and you know, to have that sort of a clean, fairly neutral, clean brown. It's called sandstone, and it's just it's perfection. It's perfection. And I need something darker now as well. Yeah, I might use that one, or I might, let's see if I have anything darker. No, that's too orange. And there's also tan. Tan is also a beautiful color. Look at that. It's a brown that has, it's a perfect for doing skin, because look at it. It's brown, but it has that slight pinkish, like alive undertone. So it's beautiful for skin shadows. Another color that is very hard to find in any other set. Sorry, I'm not advertising. I swear I am not advertising or trying you to get pro markers. This is not, absolutely. Because I'm trying not to buy them myself, like. But I genuinely love the colors. Or this one, another one that I absolutely love is the Sun-Kissed Pink. Another one that works, you know, really well as a bit of a blush, but also on certain skin tones as a skin shadow. You know, with layering, of course. It's just, yeah. The skin tones is just mwah, 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 mwah. Okie doke. As I said, oh, I found a flex marker. I think it's my last one. See, that's what the flex markers looked like. The original Pro Marker brush versions. See, it still has letraset on it. It's like ancient. And it had a slightly different chisel as well. It kind of feels almost chubbier, that chisel. And this is the, you can see that the shape is different. It's like conical shape. And it was very, very soft. But it's almost dry now. It is actually dry. I should actually toss it because it's dry. I've been kind of... I haven't wanted to throw it, obviously. Yeah, okay. I need to do the Capybara with these because these are only pretty much only browns that work for that here. Or maybe I should try the Spice. Oh, Spice is another wonderful color. I might add that. It's kind of like really beautiful, muted, autumn orangey. Oh, the terracotta, but nicer. Okay, so this is the sandstone. So I'm doing the whole thing with a chisel. With this one, I am doing mostly just flat. With the capybaras, I usually do the pencils on top. I like to kind of give them shape with pencils. And I enjoy doing them with pencils. Let me see what's happening there. Don't Annika, that's gorgeous. Oh, thank you. It was not a criticism. Lucy, I didn't know magnet challenges were a thing, and of course they needed to do a colonoscopy to remove the things. Ugh. Gail, were they trying to see if they could stick to the fridge? Andrea, Annika, it's so rare I can see you're going to top up these markers real soon. Oh. Lucy, the other funny one was the boy that cut his finger off and thought it was just to store it neatly and we could reattach it. What? But I have heard about sometimes, you know, it's possible to reattach things. Probably that's what he thought also. That would just, you know, you cut it off and then we sew it back on. I think you can blame the medical, you know, all sorts of TV shows that show them sticking the limbs or fingers onto the ice and sewing them back on. Okay, and let's see if I could put some... I actually took the spice. I don't know if that was a good choice or a bad choice. But I thought I'd layer a little bit with the spice. Okay. These two, of course, you know, do not naturally go together very well, but I just took it just to warm up that layer a bit. Okay. All right. And the feet here as well. The footsies. See the beauty of the chisels, how fast things go with a chisel? It's so nice. What is the name of this color again? I keep forgetting. That is caramel. Yeah, it's really nice color. And goes with the sandstone, like absolute perfection. Okay, and it's going to have pencil shading eventually. This is one of the few elements here that is going to have pencil shading. And I need to put some... Should I put some blush into his cheeks as well, or her cheeks? Does that one work? It's too light. It just pushes that. It pushes aside what I put there already. Now I need to go over it. Yeah. And I need to fix it with the sandstone. Another layer on top. Yeah. And that's the Capybara based. Okay, I've missed bits there. Well, thank you, Atlanta. The preserved chicken breast was gotten at the local location. Oh, sorry, Brittany, you're talking about... Okay, the food. Oh, that's nice. Gail, the college, they wanted the stick to themselves and one pull the other like a little train of college dun-duns. I have a real phobia of amputation. Yeah, well, who doesn't? How about one example of a bed of feces? That's the stuff. Oh my gosh. Sure. But you have to use baby wipes to clean after folding the bed linear like a giant diaper because the guy doesn't want to wear adult diapers. Oh no. Ugh. Atlanta, the reflection of the water is amazing, Annika. Thank you. I'm seeing it after 19 minutes of progress. I don't know if I'm going to add a little bit shadow here or kind of an extra depth here with pencils, but I kind of almost don't want to because I, you know, like what I've done here. What I might do that I might pull some extra dark pencil and put it underneath here. I could kind of get it really dark, you know, underneath the crest. Okay, my horror here is done. Ugh. Lucy, we just had to apologize profusely to the boy and explain that he wasn't getting anything reattached. It would be permanent. He threw a fit, started to kick things, and had to be sedated. Did he... What? Oh, Brittany, you're having those pains. Oh, I feel for you. Yeah, you can't have chocolate. In my case, actually, as you know, weird as it sounds, these days, chocolate sometimes helped with literal pain. Like not huge amounts of it, but a little bit of chocolate somehow worked to lessen the cramps slightly. Okay, allergies, jar. I had a recent hospital stay, and the amount of times those poor ladies had accidents like that, it was horrific, and the constant smell was horrendous. Oh no. So if anyone ever loses a body part, wrap in sterile gauze before dropping in an ice bucket, please. Oh no. Okay, good to know. Because you put it on straight on ice, it won't be able to be reattached. Okay. Not if you let tissue die by not preserving it. Okay, permanent frostbite. Yeah, I am. Okay, Shen, chill. She was sleeping on the couch here, but I can hear Orla. So she must be. Shen is saying hello to Orla. That's how she says hello to people. I don't know if you hear her. That's Shen saying hello. Hi. You survived.
I did.
Was it alright? A good time?
Yeah.
Got it very busy after 10 when the people came in from the GAA came?
Wasn't not really. It was
alright.
fine. I was outside a lot anyway. So.
Oh, okay. That's nice. I'm still streaming, as you might have noticed. See, I've done all that. I know. I feel very accomplished. Did you have anything to eat as well, or did you just have drinks or what?
I had some potatoes.
Potatoes, that's nutritious.
Somebody had a spice box, but I don't know if I was like whose it was, and I didn't want to just take somebody.
I guess not.
Wasn't friends with a lot of them, but like they were like friends of friends. But I was like, I don't want to take your spice box. So I just had potatoes.
Did you have any drinks?
Yep.
Which ones?
Berry cider.
Cider?
Yeah.
The Bulmers or do you like it? They're kind of fizzy slightly though. You don't usually like.
They were kind of fizzy, but they weren't like overly fizzy. I was able to get past it.
You were able to get past it. You brave child.
Thank you.
Oh.
I tried so hard.
We are talking about losing body parts here and what you need to do if you lose one to preserve them so they'd be able to be reattached. Lucy is enlightening us. Twilight Zone. What are you talking about, people? Andrea, I watched it, yet I still don't know how you've done the magic on the Cappy. Marker colors, mix. Looks perfect. That's pretty much how it works. You just take different marker colors and then you just put them down and poof. It misses pencils anyway. I think on those, smaller detailed bits, I will probably put some pencils down, definitely. So, system. Oh, Brittany, I'm talking about. Oh, bus routes and trains. Okay. Monte Sports. I would like to think that English and Scottish chants are true.
Do it, Ben.
Yes, I do. Do you need one? That's a tater speck. Which one? Is it... You don't like cheese and onion.
I do like cheese and onion.
You don't like cheese and onion.
I do like cheese and... I ate... That's my proof. They're also the only one that's good in a sandwich.
Okay.
I eat cheese and onion very often, actually.
Sure.
So.
Sure you do. I think that's good reason to be up at night. All I know is the US won the football game against Australia, according to one of the local news stations located in Atlanta. See, you know more than I do, Brittany. Gail, I was sad to know that the Scots lose to Morocco still. Oh, lost. Okay, yeah. It would have been nice if they got. Looking forward to the answer to Dana's question about the Cappy's clothes. Okay, that's a question that I missed again. What did she ask about Cappy's clothes? This is now, okay, I need to scroll up to find the question. Can you re-ask the question? Because I can't find it. And I do have live chat, but I just got lost in the chat here. You can re-ask it, okay? What did you ask? Okay, I love this book, but the one thing I don't understand is why some of them have clothes on and some of them don't. So does this mean your current little surfer is naked? Well, it's a naked Cappy, yeah. He's a little nudist Cappy. I'm okay with it. Everybody to their own, okay? Live and let live. So, yeah. He is free to make his choices, or she, I don't really know. But so, okay. They don't really specify it, the anatomy. Okay, so the surfboard. I need a dark brown, people. And I don't have dark brown here at all. So I need to dig it out from here. Or should I just take dark gray? Yeah, that's an option. This is the cheap warm grays I have. And I'm just going to do the trunks of the palm trees with that one, because they need to be nice and dark. They're going to be in silhouette. And the birds. Any other cool stuff going on there?
FIFA.
Oh, it's FIFA. Yeah, I don't really watch it, I have to say. We happy is letting it all hang loose. Oh, boy, yeah. That looks beach looks wonderful. I need to go and pull roasted chicken off the bone for my 70-year-old Siamese. Currently, this is what she will eat. At 4 a.m., 7 a.m., 11 a.m., 4 p.m., 8 p.m. It's like feeding a newborn. Wow. Yeah, but she or he is so lucky to have a person who is willing to do that for them. Do you know? We happy. Anyway, have a good culinary experience. Lucy, canary yellow plus emerald green is not my ideal colors. Now, okay. I need to establish the color of the surfboard, which could be, I think, kind of a... I would kind of almost make the fish and the surfboard in a way match. So maybe, let's see, what do I have? Anything that blends with that color? See, that is a problem. Like, actual blending is going to be a challenge. I'm sure that might work. If I work it, it might work. Yeah, it might work. Okay, so I need to have them both. Actually, I think in this case it's going to be easier to do it with a bullet. I don't really love bullet, but hey, it is going to be okay. what is the name of that color? Another one which is a beautiful red. It's called Ruby. And it's just lovely. What are you doing, Shen? Okay. All right, and let's see if I can, you know, because it's a tiny area, I can work over it. Yeah. Dante, I wish I could color while watching the live stream, but it's evening and house chores time. Sure, sure, I'm enjoying the chat. Yeah, we have the best chat. I'm very arrogant about that. Jana, she gets what she wants when she wants it. Exactly. That's how it should be. That's pretty much how it is with Our Lady as well here. Except at the moment, you know, she's not as demanding, let's put it that way. You won't get to her to eat anything that isn't in really small pieces, though. She's very demanding about the presentation of her food, which is kind of hilarious, but it is what it is. And I still sometimes think, how did this dog ever cope? Like, she was supposed to have been like, you know, stray dog or, you know, street dog at some stage. How did she cope? Oh, yeah, that's not fun. My nose is starting to really mess with me. But I ended up getting a refund yesterday from Temu for a seller mailing me set of the one of the three newer colors of Langua. Okay. Ah, you see, I'm loving this page. So cute. Thank you. Oh, they smelled of cigarette smoke. Oh, yeah. You'd expect if something is new. But even if something isn't new, yeah, you don't really want it to be stinking of something. Okay. I will probably add a little bit of extra kind of a softening here of the blend for that surfboard as well. But I might as well. You know, since I have those two colors that I can force blend, and this is literally force blending because they don't really want to blend much, but I'll just make them. Yeah, they really don't want to blend. What is wrong with your Shen? Will you go find Ola? Where is she? Where's Ola? Go find her. Okay, she didn't buy that. Sometimes she buys that proposition and she will go and look for Ola. But at the moment she was like, nope. I'm going to be on this couch. I don't care where Ola is. She can look for herself. Okay, yeah. You know, I know that it doesn't look super good blends here with that one. This is just down there so I can, you know, work less. And I'm going to soften it with pencils. What do you want, dog? What is it? Oh, you don't have a blanket. Okay. It's your own fault. You didn't go onto the couch. You went onto the chair. And the blanket was on the couch. Oh. Lucy, your coloring tools do as you order them to do. They better. Oh. Okay, now I need to... Yeah, I didn't really love how these two blended, so I need to find better options. So maybe if I take a little bit of that red, like that, like that, like that, and the middle one is that orangey tone. Yeah, that will work better. And it's just, it'll be a little bit less work once I get to the pencil stage. There's not a huge amount of pencil work here to start with. There will be a little bit of acrylic marker or something like that work because I want to get those drops. You know, I probably will make them kind of white. And those outlines there, I want to, you know, to get better effect here and more contrast, I will put, you know, some white in there, definitely. I think that's better. Yeah, that's going to be better. And now I need to put some green into those leaves on the surfboard. I know I had some greens here, so I'm going to take that bright green. Yep. Just quick base here. These will get a tiny bit of pencil on top of them as well, but not a huge amount. I usually don't fight with the line art on those Cappy pages too much. On some of them I have kind of softened the line art, but in most cases, I just let it be. I think it's a really fun line art. Plus, it's pretty, you know, strong line art as well. So even if I wanted to fight it, it could be fairly challenging. Okay, and we need the fishes, the last ones now that need to be colored. Shen's little squeak kills me. Yeah, that's her. You know, my life is pure misery. You need to do about something about that woman squeak. And by pure misery, she means that she doesn't have a blanket where she wants it to be. Dana literally just had the same convo with my mini Doxy about his blanket and him demanding I tuck him in. Yep. Entitled Dogs 101. I think it's great that we have them. There are some creatures in the world who can pretty much do that, and, you know, their human will run and help them. Cindy, I can't help but think those are dope leaves on the board. Well, you know, it's a surfer. It's probably a chill dude. Okay, now, this is going to be now some color into the fishes. And let's put some... This is one of those tri-blend markers that I'm just hoping is going to work out well for me. Okay, and now I have yellow. And on them, there's going to be a little bit of pencil as well to kind of deepen some shadows and maybe brighten. They are, of course, going to look a bit lighter than they are at the moment because, okay, I'm dropping in some darker pink here, so it would be a bit more contrast. Because alcohol markers have quite a big color shift. Well, value shift, let's put it that way. Not color shift that much, but there is a value shift always with alcohol markers. Okay, that was not nice. I'm all sneezy now. Lucy thinks it's also that it's dope leaves. Lucy, they have to be. Of course. That makes only sense. Okay, so let's go back for that yellow and soften those harsher blends here, which I'm going to soften with pencils anyway, but you know, I probably will need to use something a bit less transparent here, something fairly opaque. But hey, I think it's, you know, all based now. Like, I'm not probably going to do much anything with the water. Maybe, I don't know, if I feel like it, I might add tiny bit of dark here and there. Here I'm just, where I didn't quite like something, I'm just pulling in for some extra texture and some softening. The just regular alcohol blender. And of course all those white you know, spray things, I will, you know, outline them in white to bring them out more. But now that page essentially needs to, like, there's still a fair bit of that, you know, I layered a lot here, so, although it's mostly dry, I think, but I would like to give it a bit of a breathing time before I put the pencils on. There's not going to be a huge amount of pencil, but there is going to be some. Okay. Dante, bye y'all. It's time to gather up kids for bedtime. Bye, Dante, and bye your kids as well. I hope you're going to have a good, stress-free bedtime. Bless you. But they do, like, look the part, so let's be honest. Okay, okay, I need to kind of soften these bits here as well. I don't really like how they're going. Okay, so let's see if I have... Do I want to make some sort of a, like, no. This is my... Okay, I'm going to push all those to some other place. I'm actually going to see if those will fit into my drawers, because they would actually make more sense in the drawers than anywhere else, in all the fairness. Yeah, I think they might be. I think I might be able to close those drawers with these in them, and that would be ideal. Okay. Alright, let's see how this is going to work for me. Now, Spectrum Noir color blends. What time is it actually? Yeah, we have a little bit more time. I can start to do something here. Oops, I'm going to throw these ones away. So So I'm kind of clearing my desk a little bit from all the bits and pieces that I've somehow managed to gather here. Okay. Otherwise things will start falling. Lucy, I am almost home. Goodness Lord, why there has to be such loud music in parties? Yeah, oh, yeah, I do not like. I was never, even, when I was way younger and technically, should have been into that sort of thing. But I could not do big concerts. I could not do big, much of a nightclub stuff, because it was just a torture. Like if the music was very loud, I was not coping very well at all. So I ended up not really doing much of a kind of a clubbing or. Okay, flicking that pencil as well. It's called Atlantic Blue. So, and softening it out. I just want very little of it here underneath the crest. Just, when I feel that some places are a bit rough or not particularly smooth or could use some extra depth, I'm just going to drop that one pencil in there. Just, bringing some extra up here. Okay. Alrighty, and I need something. Do we have anything darker? Huh. Definitely getting old. I am in that stage that music should be ambient. Yeah. Oh, what just happened? Yeah, that keeps breaking, I now remember. That's not great. Oh, it actually got stuck in there, did it? Yeah. Everything is sorted now. Let's see if I can try the sharpening again. Yeah, this was the one that's why it's so short, because I've tried to sharpen it so many times. That's actually the only one in that set that ever gave me trouble. It keeps kind of just crumbling. Look how tiny it is compared to other ones. It's not because I've, used that one for some reason hugely more than other ones. It's because the sharpening of that one has always been problematic. Just flicking upwards a little bit here. Do I have any white here? If I want to pull some extra bright areas into it also. You know, just to imagine that in some areas the light comes through more. So I'm pulling some extra lighter areas in there. And I need blue-greens. Blue-greens, come on. See, that's how I sometimes keep pencils. My blue-greens. Look at the lids. It's that one. There was just some areas here that I wasn't super happy how I had gotten the movement down. I'm just softening things a little bit here. Okay. The rest of it I think I'm going to leave as is. This one will go into the... Oh, I need... actually, the dark blue works really well here. So I'm going to put some dark blue into that waterline to give a nice contrast on the green. And because these are relatively transparent pencils, there's green underneath, and although I'm putting down blue here, it does not look blue, it looks dark green. And Lucy, I don't like concerts. If they are too loud, I don't like it. I used to love to go to pubs back in uni to chat and watch an occasional game. But 3 weeks ago, I went to pub and the ambient music was so loud that I couldn't even have a proper chat with the bartender. Yeah, I hate when I have to shout just to make myself just like basically, just heard. If I can't have a conversation, what is the flipping point in sitting in the pub, Why am I here? I'm not a huge drinker or anything. I came here possibly, to talk to somebody or to socialize, and I can't do that. I can just sit across from them and stare at them. Like, what's the point of that? So I'm using the blue here as a shadow for the green, which is specifically very easy here because of the transparency of the pencils, because these are not very opaque pencils. Not really opaque at all. But this paper gets along with them pretty well. I think it might have been also, who said that, they basically put them into the kids? Was it you? That you put them into kids' box because they just don't grip paper at all. It might have been a lot of, that the papers that you were using them on just didn't like them either, because they are one of those pencils that can be very demanding. They can be capricious as far as paper goes, which is not... I'm not particularly defending them. I don't think they're amazing pencils or anything, but yeah, I can do stuff with them, let's put it that way. Okay, I'm leaving that blue out at the moment, so I need greens. Gail, I think Lauren Red had breakage problems with those pencils, Annika. Did she now? I didn't even know. I should look, into her log, because I didn't even know that she had them. These pencils nowadays are very rare to actually, see anybody using them. Because they're not even sold anymore. So I think they are now totally discontinued. And I need something really like super bright. Citrus is the name of that color, which is essentially the same color that I already had there at the top, but it actually brightened it up a bit. It's like stronger yellower green, so I'm boosting. The blend is going to be, and see, with a tiny bit of pencils, how much more contrast and how much more fun that one looks. I will also eventually, I think, put some extra yellow gel pen or something, to make them extra highlighted here at the edges, but at the moment I just leave them to be. Okay. Yeah. And now I need something to do these leaves there with. What's that? Emerald. Okay, let's see. These are Spectrum Noir pencils. Yeah, they're color blend. They are very waxy, very smooth, but going down, they almost feel like slippery, if you know what I mean. They are not the most pigmented pencils on earth. It's one of those sets that even the darkest ones are not quite dark enough. But yeah, I don't really know what decision I'm going to. I managed to press too hard. What decision I'm going to make about them? For me, I'm kind of, will I keep them or will I not? But then again, they're not asking for bread, and if I were to get rid of them, I could not get the replacements anymore in case I, for some reason, wanted them again. So maybe I should. I need to make a big shadow here. So I need. Actually, I need gray or something. Okay, let's put that down first. Do I have a gray base? Fairly dark gray. Warm dark gray. So maybe you. Storm cloud. Are you warm though? You're not dark enough. See, the grays aren't particularly, they're anemic. You're better. Taupe. Okay, let's take that one. Gail, I hate loud noise, even have to watch the TV turned down super low. I'm not that bad, luckily. Transparent pencils. Yeah. Jeanette was that. Yeah, Jeanette gave them to the kids. Yeah. Oh, hi, Marilyn. Hi. I was gonna say gray or purple tinted gray. Yeah. Let's see. I need to put the shadow down. I want to have. I might have to do it. Go over that with maybe water-based marker or something to get that shadow underneath the capybara strong enough. See, it's like, I've seen worse. Purple isn't a bad idea. If I get dark purple. Okay, dark purple, which is called boysenberry. Yeah. And I'm mixing that in with gray. Okay. Now we have a shadow pretty much down. I think I need to go a little bit like behind it as well. Yeah, there is a contrast, isn't there? Like this is. And I'm also putting a tiny bit of the shadow here because that hand is also going to throw a little bit of a... Okay, so I'm leaving those as is. I'm going to put those ones back there. Okay, and the taupe, I'm going to leave that with the grays. And where is my green that I was working here with? So as I said, I'm not going to go for like very elaborate blends and stuff like that here. I'm just going to add it a bit of contrast here and there. And a bit of interest. There we go. The leaf. The very simplified shading here. Can't get any more basic. Let's put it that way. Alright. And I need that boysenberry back now that I put away lovingly. Huh. Okay. The boysenberry. Should I darken the top of the sky a little bit? What do you think? Oh, hi! Hi, Mary. How are you? Look at that super cute page. Thank you. It's pretty much mostly alcohol markers. I only just now started to put tiny bit of pencil here and there. I don't think we're going to get to the capybara in tonight's stream. I think that one will be pretty much the only thing that will remain undone, because that will take a little bit longer to actually shade. I needed that boysenberry now back. Well, anything dark. That's deep purple, whatever. I'm just doing the edge of the... I'm gonna darken that bit here. Yeah, that's fine. And okay, I need to do the fishies as well. The fishies. Lucy, thanks, Jar. Feels so good and comfy to go to be home. Yes, I know. There's no crazy loud music, no kids yelling. I wonder why can't the play part of the room and the adult part be separated by sound muffling glass? I just saw the new Alice in Wonderland, says Mary from Joseph Katzenbank. Oh my God, it's beautiful. But $35? Really? Is there a flip on YouTube? I saw the flip by Ali and now I'm interested. I just... Good, thanks. They're normally around 25 to... They are way less here. Like, I'm not... I would have to check what the price is here. I'm actually now curious. Seeing those crazy prices. What the price is in Amazon UK, for example, if I were to order it. Which I'm not planning to do because I have plenty of mythographics. And it's 22 euros. So I guess it's still, you know, not cheap. But they go down usually. That's the thing about them. They are 22 at first, you know, when they come out. And then, for example, Romantasy mythographic is 10 euros at the moment. And the Fairy Folklore is 14 euros. So you need to wait for a couple of months and it's going to be down to something to 14, 15, which, I'm in no rush if I were to get it, because I have plenty to color, let's put it that way. Okay, so let's put some, once again, it's deep purple. So I'm putting in some deeper shadows or deeper shading with that one, because it's a nice shadow color for the like pink yellow blends, which is what I'm doing here. Okay, move that down. All right, and the same here, just putting the extra shadows. I managed to give the fish kind of like sunken villain eyes. It's like, what the heck? All right, just putting a bit there. Okay, now I need something like red. And it better be proper red. Where's my reds? My yellows are here, browns are here. Where are my reds? Okay, found them. $42, Cindy. Wow. Wow. I like Alice in Wonderland, but like not to the extent that I'm crazy about it. I don't know. You can't really see. If I get you kind of close. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, if I get you a little bit closer, you can see like it is not the most pigmented pencil. It has kind of a weird, slightly slippery vibe, but it does go down on top of alcohol markers, and even not on alcohol markers, that's on its own, like very smoothly. You don't have to fight usually with paper texture much at all with it. So in that sense, it's kind of very easy to work with it. I don't know. Might be just my thing. Picking up orange. Nice bright orange. Come on, come on. I need something really, vibrant. Okay, and it needs to be sharpened. Lucy, here mythographic costs about $20 US. Yeah, I don't know, it's just weird. Sometimes a bit less. You can't compare it to book out that as it's new. Yeah, I guess so. Gail, it's on pre-order for $14.22 there. Oh, did you get that price when you first put the pre-order in? Or is it now on that with that price on pre-order? I'm actually curious because that's really good price. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to go for it because ow, see, I keep doing that. I keep pushing too hard. Okay. Okay, and now I need yellow. And I'm actually taking cool yellow. So lunar yellow. Might need something a bit brighter. This is lemon. Okay. That's a bit better. Oh, and they do look, because I basically colored over them the bottom with the blue markers. It does look kind of a bit more muted, and therefore it looks like it's underwater. Da, da, da. I wish we had a book outlet here. Yeah, we don't really have very good website where they can use book sales, to be honest. The one we do have, it's pretty much the same prices as new books often, or, you know, sometimes even more expensive. It's really weird. Jana, I paid 1864 pre-order. Yeah, that's pretty all right. Oh, hi, Tamara. Hello, beautiful pic. I have this book. Good. It is a really nice book. I find it to be one of my big favorites. No, it's, of course, it's individual, you know, but I just think they're so cute. And usually I'm not into books where there's basically the same animal, the same character all over and over and over again. But for some reason, I really like this Capybara book, although it's only capybaras, but they are all doing kind of different things, and they're funny, and, you know, they're different situations, and there's different ideas. You know, you have them in those kind of different Renaissance art pieces and other art pieces. You know, you have them done with capybaras instead of people, which I think is fun, and so on. Okie doke. You people are fine. Actually, I wanted to kind of see if I find a correct pencil. I might slightly and very slightly darken that sky at the top. But it's going to be if. Okay. You were green, weren't you? Yes, you were green. So I need something that is like violet. So one of these tones. Kim, no one should be paying over list for a new book. Yeah, that's Sierra Twong? What? Mary Ho, it wasn't Amazon, but third-party seller. My bad. Okay, 28. Tomorrow, I have these pencils. Most of the leads fell out. Really? The whole pencil, I mean, darn it. Really? Oh, I have had issues with this one. That's the only pencil that this thing keeps happening. The lead just keeps crumbling on that one, or, you know, breaking. The rest are doing fine for me. But, you know, if you get them long, sharp, like I do like to get them occasionally, then you can get those, you know, that if you press too hard, it just flies off on you. But the same thing would happen pretty much with any pencils, to be honest. So, okie doke. Let's see. I'm actually struggling to find the pencil that... Maybe that one would... That has almost no pigment. If I put that on the top there, it's... There, yeah, no, okay. If I just put tiny bit of that, maybe? Maybe. Yeah, that's too red. I don't want that. Okay, let's see. If I just try very gently in one corner and see how that works out for me. And if it doesn't, I'll just leave it to be. Just very gently. Putting a tiny bit there. One thing about these pencils is that not too many layers. Essentially, everything needs to be done with as few layers as possible. Plus, they don't really, like they say color blend, but they don't actually blend very well. You need to diffuse them into each other more so than blend. So it kind of behaves like a layering pencil that doesn't layer. July 10th is World Capybara Appreciation Day, says tomorrow. I did not know that, but that is so cool. I don't really know if Book Outlet, that there are different websites, that sell used books, but for some reason here, yeah, we don't really have very good choices. Or the choices we do have is pretty expensive, especially for like used book. Which is really funny because here, actually, if you go into the shops, secondhand shops, then the books are like really cheap. Especially if you get them on the fairs, sometimes you have used booksellers on some sort of different festivals and fairs also, and the books cost almost nothing. But if you actually buy them online, they're not cheap at all. And just adding a very little, very soft layer at the top. Just to slightly cool down the top and also add a little bit of a darker, like subtle contrast there. And you can see how smoothly it goes down, even though, I'm doing it kind of sideways as well. And technically, I should get pretty textured result here, but it's pretty smooth. See? I think it kind of gave that very, very slight, soft, subtle, the cooling down and darkening at the top. I think it looks better. Mary said capybaras are super cute and it's fun to see them in different places and activities, aren't they? They're just precious. Kim, my Orleans never has met the graphics. Mary, I love RJ book, but learn to live with Amazon paper because the hardbacks are way too expensive for me. Yeah, well, hardbacks are kind of stupid expensive. Huh. I'm using color blend pencils. These are not even available nowadays anymore. I don't think so. If you can find them someplace online, they're discontinued. I just essentially I'm using stuff that I'm not sure about what I'm going to do with it. Yeah, they were like they were never my favorite pencils. Okay, I'm kind of trying to evaluate for myself if I might even possibly eventually maybe destash them. I'm not sure yet. But they are very smooth. They are not the most pigmented. They are not the most pleasurable to use, to be honest. But they are very smooth. You know, there's flip sides. I'm just adding a little bit extra here. So those drops, the water drops here, I have something to stand up or stand out on. Okay. So these are going to be white here, and I'm going to go around probably that crest of the wave, definitely. Okay. All right. And I think I'm mostly done for tonight. It's getting very late now, so I'll have a last look at the chat, and I think I might be wrapping it up very soon. Stardust, these are Spectronars. They are off the market, yes. Once those stores back. Kirby's are cheap there. Okay, the book outlet still, yeah. Antichrist, they're colorless, frustrating, and slippery. Yeah, pretty much. Although you could see, like, I could get the color out of them, and you do get that kind of a very seamless, soft surface with them, or kind of a soft result. But yeah, they can be a pain to work with. This image will change a lot, and it will look a lot better once the capybara is actually shaded. But yeah, it's getting a bit too late to start doing that. It won't end well if I start to do it now. Even I get close to my bedtime, let's put it that way. Why does it do now the focus thing? It was doing all right for a while, and now it's starting to do that weird focus thing again. Okay, let's see. Okie doke. Why are you doing that? You were doing well, dear camera, and now you're just doing wee 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 wee. Okay. Mary, did you do marker space or just pencils? No, Mary, it's just pretty much all of it is pretty much pure alcohol marker. The only pencils is pretty much, I'd say when you came a little bit before that, I started to put tiny bit of pencils here and there. It's most alcohol marker. All that, see, this part is here, pure alcohol marker. The clouds, the sky was pure alcohol marker. Now I have pretty much shading wise, I only have the capybara to do, and then after that I'm going to put some, white into the page, the clouds and the crest of the wave and stuff like that. And I don't think I'm going to do much more to it. Why is the camera now starting to do that? I think it's tired. Telling you. It was fun. I know, it is getting tired. It's literally blinking. It's doing something really weird. Okay, my dears, even my camera is telling me you really need to stop it. Stop that nonsense. Thank you to everybody. Thank you. I'm my camera is drunk. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I'm pretty happy how it's coming coming together. I think it's going to be a fun page once I get, everything finished and, highlights in and stuff like that. It's going to be cute. Thank you. Thank you. Good night to everybody. I hope you're all staying strong and happy and safe, all right? And get some creative time in. Okay, bye-bye and big hugs from me.